So in the interest of time, I don't think we'll wait much. Watatupata kama tumeanza. We've also been struggling to ensure the projection works because there's a small bit of presentation we do before we start. So I would not waste much time. Ningetaka kuomba, we will start the session with a prayer. I want a volunteer atufungule kwa maombi. And then after that, we'll do our national anthem, which is still another form of a prayer. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Tusimame tuombe. Close our eyes. Kwa jina la Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Our Lord God, we have come to you this morning to thank you. You have brought us into being. You have given us the day, a very special day. God, this is the day before we prepared, and the team and the government prepared for this day. You prepared for them. And thank you for having made them to be here together safely, and to everybody who made the information, who got the information and reached here safely. Thank you, God. We are going to undertake all the issues pertaining to the well-being of your people of Kenya. God be with us and take care of us. And open our minds, open our heart on various discussions, for open discussion. God, if this happened, your name very great. All this I pray in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let me invite our good lady to lead us on the national anthems. We'll do both the local and the East African. So please, let's be upstanding. Tusimame.
Morning, everyone. We'll do the first stanza of the national anthem in Swahili. Then we do the East African. Thank you very much. Please have a seat.
Thank you. Now, this should be our session number 11, if not 12. The journey to be able to conduct public participation for these regulations on Public Benefit Organization Act started in Garissa. Tumezunguka kutoka Garissa all the way through Meru, Nyeri, Machakos, Mombasa, Lamu, proceeded to Lodwar, Eldoret, Kakamega. Finally, we are here. And one of the things that makes Kisumu very special and important, I was trying to use our volunteer, mzee ambaye ametuombea hapa. Every place tulienda tulikuwa tunaambiwa sasa tafadhali tujaribu kuongea au kuzungumza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ili kila mtu aweze kupata. Lakini Kisumu unaambiwa, can you speak in English? We are more proficient in English. So we are very happy to be here today and we will now be very comfortable. Am I right or not right? Sasa nimeona mzee amekuja akasema nataka tufunge macho tuombe. Lakini akaanza kuomba first answer, switch to Kiingereza. Nikajua tuko nyumbani sasa. Siko salama? Asante sana. Now I would wish therefore to welcome everyone. I would want to quickly introduce two teams. One, the team that I represent, we are called C&K Company LLP. That's a law advocacy firm. We are the facilitators and the consultants that has been running this particular program, starting with coming up with the regulations, the draft regulations, but importantly, facilitating the public participation that we are being hosted by the Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority, who are our host, and the regulator and the person in charge of this process. So I will first seek to introduce the team of consultants from C&K. I want them to be upstanding wherever they are. So we have from the other end, we have Victor Ombongi, and we have Biwot, au ni mawakili mkiwaona pale. They have been they have been the team that have handled for us all the way from Garissa, but mostly on this western side to Kianza na Lodwar. So kan tuwapigie wale makofi ambao wako pale. And then on my right side, we have Sheila Cherono, and we have Council Charles. The two of them also, tumekuwa na wao, and we've walked through this journey. Tuwapigie makofi pia. Our job and our responsibility has been to ensure two things. Every single time tumeenda tukifanya public participation, one of the complaints we get is that, do we just do public participation for the sake of ticking a box? Do we just come here to listen, to take photos, and go back and just do what we had planned to do? Or do we come to listen, take keen interest in what you present to us, and ensure everything is captured, and then ultimately, as we will be doing validation of this whole exercise from day one up to the last one we are finishing in Nairobi on Friday, do we make sense of every single thing that people proposed? Do those views count? Now that is the work of what the consultants have been doing, and that's why we've been working every single place. We finish the meeting here, we sit back, we pick every comment you gave us. Yale mambo yote ambao mtatuelezea siku ya leo, not a single one will be left out. And then we sit down now with the regulator and ensure the views of the people really counts. Now on the part of the regulator, Mercy, where is Mercy? I've seen Mercy somewhere. Sang, please come. I want you to introduce your team quickly, pale wako, so that our audience can be able to know who are members of a regulator. We want to appreciate them. A round of applause first for the regulator for making this possible. So quickly.
Good morning, everyone. We have a big team from the authority. I request that you all stand up. My colleagues from the authority. We have a big team the other side doing registration. We have a team of rapporteurs here. And we also have a team for logistics, organizing us to be able to deliver on this important session. So please wave to our participants that you can say hi. Thank you very much.
Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Now the regulator of the authority has had a responsibility. We were not just lucky to project those speeches that you are hearing in the background, where the journey for this particular regulation started way back in 2013, when we had the enactment of the legislation, the PBO Act, but it has been almost 12 years without implementation or operationalization of the same. And this is an act that was developed and fully backed by the NGOs then, but now we call them public benefit organization. In this civil space, it is the same organizations that came up with the act, but it has been a long journey of more than 12 years where the same has not been operationalized. Now, His Excellency the President gave his undertaking last year when Kenya was privileged to host the World Civil Society Day within the UN in Gigiri, and he gave his undertaking and said, we want to ensure that this becomes something water under the bridge. And he said, how can we ensure we have the act operationalized so that all the stakeholders, starting from, for example, the primary stakeholder being the citizens who benefit from services of organizations like yours, CSOs, PBOs, and name them. Number two, how can it be easy to have a framework that covers all players? Specifically, you have the donors, you have the organizations, whether you're a CSO, whether you're a PBO, how can we make it easy? And that is why we are here today, and that is why we are strongly appreciating the authority, because they have made it possible for that. Now, in our culture, I don't think unafika na unaanza bila kukaribishwa na wenyeji. Our Director General and the team that are still doing the courtesy call have given us the go-ahead to start, but it will be more honorable if then our host invite and make it officially open so that we can run our program. I've been given, therefore, the special privilege today to invite our representative from the County Commissioner's Office ataelezea cheo chake so that she can formally and officially open the session for us. Ndio tuanze. Tuwapigie makofi tukikaribisha. Karibu. Good.
Thank you so much. The team from the Public Benefits Organization, Regulatory Authority, all the stakeholders present, all the participants from across the 6 counties, good morning. My name is Sarah Magut. I'm the Senior Assistant County Commissioner, currently serving as the Administrative Officer 1 at the County Commissioner's Office. Indeed, this morning it's an honor to have all of you here. I've been hijacked. I was telling the director, I was just hijacked while we were expecting the PS, East African community this morning. Actually, I left prior 2 minutes before he got into the boardroom. But I'm so grateful that I'm here. Public participation is enshrined in the Constitution of Kenya. And I'm so glad being part of the grassroots leaders that foresee that the public is fully engaged as we make decisions as a nation. We know the advantages nowadays of public participations. The most important one being increased transparency. We know PBOs. These are organizations that impact directly to security, education, health, among so many others. So if we do not get it right, actually 2013 having an act to now, a lot have happened. So with the State Department on PBOs authority, regulatory authority, this is a good time to make the changes. A lot have happened in between. We've seen scenarios whereby a donor comes. We, the government, think they have the best intention for our people. And because the regulations are not so tight, they hold meetings, they tell people, now we have goodies to give you. Once you are inside their box, they tell you, before you take that soda, can we have a blood sample? And we know it has happened. And there is such a case in court. So you see how important this public participation is to all of us. As the national government, this is very, very important because we care for your security. We want real accountability. That when today you stand and say, I know I have this for your people, you'll be accountable. Be it positive or negative. Don't you think that's a good thing? It is indeed. Then we need inclusive decision making. You cannot come out with laws and regulations to govern the people while you yourself have not involved the same people in making these decisions. It's like coming, can I say going to which county? Though I do not want to be a realist at the moment, it's like taking a project to a place that you know really those people don't need that. Because for you to make a decision, you even have to see the culture of the people. What's their culture? You have to look at them all round in all aspects. That is why you have to be included in the decision making. And nowadays I can attest, for the 1 year I've been in Kisumu, for 6 months away, but actively in office this year. I've seen so many public participations happening here. And as we do the follow-ups, I can see most of your opinions are being adopted. Because we do not just come here to open forums, then we leave the key state departments to go and do their own things. We need to follow up because at the end of the day, tunabaki na nyinyi, right? So there is no way I'll come here, sit the whole day, then I fail to follow up because the next time we sensitize, like we call you even for mobilization, you call you for such forums. When you turn up, definitely you will refer to how far we've gone in other public participation. And like I was telling you, Director, we as the national government administrative officers, we deal with all state departments across. I was giving him the example of a tourism board, a Kenya Wildlife, the most recent being marine and blue economy. We are all across because our work is to coordinate. We are a link between you and the government. And when things fail, we are the first people to be sent home. And that is not our intention. So the other thing, we need project sustainability. We do not want an aspect whereby once we have a donor coming in, when things are really doing well, peaking, a few years later, you want to withdraw from the system, and already we have beneficiaries, or we have people who are still benefiting. They have not attained their full potential. So that is why we are here today. We also want better outcomes after this public participation. We want to see better outcomes in form of informed decisions and effective solutions. I do not have much to say today. The CEO is on his way coming. They went for a courtesy call to the governor's office. And so our guests, our stakeholders, our donors, we know what it involves to come up with such drafts. There is a team that never sleeps because they have to give it their all. Otherwise, they'll be held accountable. So we really want to thank you. The people of Kisumu are active. Be ready for their English. They use heavy words, which we really like. I'm learning a lot. When I came here, I used to speak so much in Kiswahili, having stayed somewhere for 9 years. Most of the communication was in Kiswahili. But here now, if you switch to Kiswahili a little bit, you won't be communicating effectively. And I say thank you for that. So participants, we really want to thank you. From across the 6 counties, we have Migori, Siaya, Kisumu at home here, Homa Bay, Kisii, Nyamira. Feel at home. Let this be an open discussion. And we really appreciate what you do. I know some PBOs are here. I know donors are here, the stakeholders. We have NCIC and Ngao. We really want to thank you for coming to bridge in the gap that we cannot fill. Let's take this country ahead. At the end of the day, it's about us. So each and every one of you matters a lot to us as a nation. And for now, with your permission, allow me to officially open this forum as I welcome you. Karibuni sana to Kisumu Dala.
Tumpigie makofi vizuri. So thank you very much. Now that the session is officially open, now, just a small ask. Every time there's a public participation exercise, you always expect that it's just a talking show or a talking shop where the participants just give their comments. But there's an element that we added and we felt that it is important, and the experience in this space of public participation has proven that public participation is not just a talk shop exercise. It's an interactive session whereby we seek to achieve 2 things. Number 1, we seek to sensitize and educate the stakeholders on the content and the expectations. Number 2, the same stakeholders or the audience then can give their feedback. So that has been our mode of operation for the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks as we are running this process, whereby we ensure that in every place we go, we first sensitize and make you aware, what are we doing, what is the status, but importantly, what is the content and what is the expectation as you give your feedback. So that we had a small presentation, if not just for a bit of a technical malfunction, I'll just briefly take you through the regulations that we have. One thing I wish to make clear, and I've been using this example, every time we do legislations, we have 3 components. 1, you have the supreme law of the land, that is the constitution. The constitution is never particular. The constitution will only give the broad guidelines. It will give the law as is. However, if you want details, if you want specific explanation and clarifications, that is done through an act of parliament. That is why, for example, you have the constitution only saying parliament shall legislate. Parliament shall legislate. So constitution will give the broad guidelines. It will give the recognition. It will define rights. It will define what is considered lawful, what is legal, and what is allowed within the Republic of Kenya. But as to the details, the last phrase is always one thing: Parliament shall legislate. If you talk about the Bill of Rights, Parliament has an obligation to legislate, to bring to life that particular chapter. If you talk about the chapter on land, it will only define the types of land regimes we have: community land, private land, public land. But as to the details, it will say Parliament shall legislate. Why do we do that? Because an act of Parliament is able to specifically outline the different sections, registration, and what have you. But that is layer number 2. After you have legislated through an act of Parliament, that is not final. So once you've legislated, for example, here we have the PBOR Act, Public Benefit Organizations Act, which will define many things, up to including what is a public benefit organization, what are the public benefit tests, what are the requirements if you seek to register, audit, compliance, the regulator himself being defined as Public Benefit Organization Regulatory Authority. Where is their mandate? What is their composition? All those things are defined in the Act. That is why we call it the PBOR Act. However, the next step would be then, how do we then implement? If you've told me, if I wish to register, these are the tests, how do I go about it? You have to come up with forms. You have to come up with specific guidelines. That is why we then come to the last layer, which is the regulations. So regulations are normally what brings to life the act. So that if, for example, we say, I wish to register my CSO, I want to be granted or to be bestowed a status of being a public benefit organization, how do I go about it? The act has already told me I have a right, and if I meet these requirements, then I'm entitled to be bestowed the status of a public benefit organization. But where do I start? Where is the registry? What are the penalty, or not the penalty, what are the fees payable for me to register? What form do I use? That's why you go to our regulations. So if you see the regulations that you've been given, as you came here, tumepewa almost 3-4 documents. The first document that we've given you, we have the abridged version of the Act, because that is the source of the regulations. The Act itself, the PBOA Act of 2013. And we've said abridged version because it has clearly tried to break it down away from the legalists. Isiseme ni wakili tu peke yake ndiye anaweza soma. Sisi wote kwa jumla tuwaweza kuisoma na kuielewa. The second bit, we've given you a version of the regulations itself, which is a draft. That's why we are here today. Whatever views you give us and all the other sessions we've held across the Republic, we will consolidate and finally come up with a draft that has to go through the process. Parliament has to go through it and approve the same before it becomes operational. Now, the third thing I think we've given is frequently asked questions about the regulator or the authority or about this space on public benefits. I'm sure you have that. Number 4, we gave you a questionnaire just to get your view or feedback about public participation. How did you know about it, and what are your expectations, and what are the recommendations you'd give? We have also given a form where you register about yourself. Kama umekuja kwa niaba ya kikundi or an organization or a PBO or a CSO, please indicate. If you have a contribution to make, there's a sample table there we are given. So if I am to take you through that sample abridged version of the regulations, I just needed to give a very brief. I'll not take more than 15 minutes so that I can be able now to invite views. So the first thing, let's agree. We are here basically to try sensitize the public and the stakeholders about what the regulations is all about. Number 2, we want to receive your public concerns and feedback. What do you think? What is your view about the regulations that have been presented to you as a draft? Why are we talking about that? Because of the chronology of events I gave. I say the first thing, the act came into place or was enacted in 2013. Commencement of the act as commissioned by the president, that was May 2024. But then it can only be operationalized through regulations. And that is where we have had previous and successful attempts to have this. This is not the first time regulations are being proposed or the process of trying to enact regulations. This is not the first time. The established experienced players within this room who've been in this space of CSO knows. This has been a long journey. There have been almost 4 or 5 attempts, but none has been successful enough to have this. We hope this is the last time we are attempting. And the compromise in this case is, 1, it is citizen-led, organizations-led. By the time we started this process, even as consultants, we said we are not going to impose. From day 1, We want it to be led by the primary stakeholders themselves, the organizations themselves, because one of the major components of this is self-regulations. We need to hear from yourselves. You are the ones who run your activities. You are the one who look for funding. You are the one who deal with the public. Why then should we micromanage? Why don't we just create an enabling environment that makes it easy for us to be able to have a regulatory space that is more or less facilitative, and makes it easy for your organizations to work. That's why we've had unsuccessful attempts, but we are certain that this one will be a successful attempt. Now, the background or the need for reforms, why have we had the desire to do these regulations? The first thing, give effect to the constitutional principles, freedom of association and conscience. These are non-governmental. You are not drawing money from government to run your organizations, whether you're a PBO, whether you're a CSO, because the Constitution gives you then the right, and as I said, the Bill of Rights gives us right to association, freedom of association, conscience. Now, once we have these regulations in place and the act is in place, the benefits of an act that gives you room to self-regulate, decide and govern yourself as per your own terms and conditions makes it possible then to say we would have achieved the constitutional threshold of freedom of association and conscience. Number two, we talk about we want to facilitate the activities of the charity sector. So we are not seeking to control but to facilitate, makes it easy. If you have a donor, and this has been the questions, kwa kila session tumeenda, tunaeleza maswali mengi. Labda niko na mfadhili, je, ataweza kusaidika aje kama amekuja tu kufadhili peke yake? Njia nyingine kwa mfano unaweza pata unasema sisi tumekuwa tukifanya kazi yetu kama kanisa kwa mfano. So are we supposed to register afresh as a PBO? We tell you no. There is what we call bestowment of status. So you find that these regulations then come with one idea. How do we facilitate your activities to make it easy? If it is registration, if it is compliance, if it is audit. Another thing quickly is to streamline the registration process. As we've said, we have to entrench the principle of self-regulations. Finally, enhance accountability and transparency. This is one of the things that we have found and we've really been excited about. When we go and do sessions, quite a number of times we even find the same stakeholders saying, even in our own field, it is not as transparent as you think. We've had cases whereby, in fact, this is where the provincial administration has been really carrying the heavy load. You find organizations coming to register, wanaregister watu, wanaandikisha watu haraka haraka, majina yanachukuliwa, wanasema now we want to set up, we want to help, for example. They'll come with a very nice thing. They say we want to go and help orphans. And they even categorize, kuna total orphans, partial orphans, and we want to target, for example, the girl child. Wanasema sasa we want to register people across the Kisumu County, Siaya County, Migori County, tunataka members. They register, then they come to those schools, our local schools where we know how their status are. Wanatafuta ile kwanza ile nyanaka very dilapidated. Wanapiga picha mzuri, wanatafuta very innocent, nice Kenyan parents wamekuja hapo, wanapiga picha. They take it, they solicit, they get funding. They may even come and say, now we want to register members. To register, and if you're a member, this is what you'll be entitled to. Then your name is used, they get money, then they disappear. The next thing, the members wanakuja kwa ofisi ya county commission. Wanasema tumedanganywa, hatujasaidika, our names were given, we even saw on the internet our photos. Haki yetu itakuwa wapi? Now county commission also says inaanza ku walk backwards and say, okay, fine, please come record and give us all the details. Where do they start? Where is the regulator? How can such organizations be assisted? Now that's why we are here and we are saying it is just a case of enhancing accountability so that with the regulations in place, regulations will give specific mpaka penalties. How can we deregister? How can we, for example, revoke licenses? That will be in place. So that hata ukienda kwa county commissioner, atakuwa anakuambia very good. Now there's a regulator, ndio hiyo ofisi yao, this is what we do. That's why we are doing the regulations today. So that's just basically a bit of a background and context, which also talks about the purpose of the draft. I'll go strictly to summary of a few provisions for your understanding so that as you come, because the regulations, if you see it, iko in sections, iko in broad categories. The first one, you'll talk about definitions. Utaona tuna define public benefit organization, public benefit activity, the register, and that one has been borrowed straight from the act that I think you have them with you. For example, we say a PBO is a voluntary membership or non-membership grouping of individuals. We were used for a long time to the word NGO. So just transition our definitions to PBO. Still the same, because the only difference, we are now strictly defining what you do. By virtue that you are existing for the purpose or your key objective, public benefit. Kama ni advocacy, kama ni charity, kama ni kusaidia, whatever you call it, as long as it's for the public benefit. And the charity field, as we call it, that the reason it's called charity, kwa sababu ni kusaidia. Sindio? Let me use an organization I've seen there. There's one called Umoja Wetu Sauti Yetu, and it has visions and everything. And you say the vision is to enhance and facilitate coordinated approaches towards promotion of the rights of women and girls. So that is for public benefit. Halipwi na serikali, and that's why they are called charity organizations. But for now, under the Act, we refer to them as PBOs. Now, the definitions, primarily the source of it is as per the Act, and I'm sure you have the copies there. For the categories for consideration, there are only 4. We have registration and deregistration. That is one thing we want to hear from you. What do you think of the provisions, how they have been placed there? Registration of PBOs, deregistration of PBOs. What are the grounds? How do we go about them? Number 2, governance and institutional framework, which means how are PBOs supposed to be governed? What are the rules when it comes to compliance and audit and all that? That's why we call them governance and institutional framework. Number 3, we have reporting obligations. Because we are talking about compliance, how do we ensure compliance? It is through reporting. That's why we do the annual reports, we have the audit reports, and regulator is there now to check whether you are complied. That is part of what regulations has. Finally, sanctions and appeals process. If, for example, you have been deregistered as an organization, what are your rights? Where can you be able to, for example, appeal the decision of deregistration? How about if an organization yourself decide to voluntarily dissolve? How can you go about it? Now, that's what we found. Now, for the registration, which is part 2, I just need to mention the 4 types here. 1, we have the national PBOs, that is now covering the entire country. We have those that are bestowed, and bestowed will be much interest in our public participation exercises across the country. We've been getting questions significantly around the issue of bestowing of status, and I'll just make it simple. Bestowing means you are a CSO, for example, you are a civil society organization, or you are a foundation. You are registered under the company as a company limited by guarantee, for example. So what happens with these regulations in place? Does it mean you have to start registering afresh, or is there a path where you can be recognized as a PBO with your current registration status in different regimes? You are even registered as a church or a mosque, and you have a charity arm within there. Do I have to start again registering afresh because there's a new regulations on PBO? Now, bestowing tries to handle that bit by saying those organizations registered under the different regimes can still fall under the ambit of the regulations by their status just being bestowed, and provisions have been given and the requirements given there. Then we have international, which when we normally refer to them INGO, meaning international NGOs. They are those that are international, and the regulations tries to give the breakdown. What are the requirements? What makes one international? And then we have exempt international. Mostly you'll find exempt international are those that, yes, they are international, but they are not seeking to do the operations here. Mostly they are the funders. Hao ndo wanaleta tu pesa, ni wafadhili. Are they then supposed to register as a PBO here? Not really. You will find that the regulations tries to distinguish the two. International NGO, for them, they have to register because they are running operations with offices and actual operations within the Republic. Then that brings them within the ambit of registration. But if they just seek to fund and partner with organizations already registered as PBO, that's what then we call them exempt. And you will find the regulations has given the requirements clearly. Once you've been considered as an exempt, by virtue, for example, you're just doing funding, then you'll just need a permit. Because the exemption, it comes in form of a permit. We don't ask you to register like the rest. So that is now the summary when it comes to registration part 2, and I wanted you to be clear about. I think for the provisions as to how to go about it is the same. Name, search and reservation, proposed objects. I don't need to go to the details of those. You'll find in part 2 on registration, they give you the minimum requirements. For example, what are the requirements for registration? Prescribed form, constitution, proposed name, and what have you. Then you have effect of registration. Upon registration, what happens? Then it means you've complied with the Act, and then it means that then you are eligible to assess the rights of a PBO, which is defined by the Act as well as the regulations. Things that can then allow you to be able to operationalize your objectives. Remember, your objective remains supreme for public benefit. Importantly, we have cancellation or suspension of registration. If you look at section 18 and 19 of the Act, it gives the grounds and what is considered for suspension and cancellation. I've just sampled a few. For example, failure to comply with the constitutional documents. When you are registering, you gave us your constitution, and you gave us all the other requirements. Now, if you refer to your own constitution and your own documents, then we find that you did not comply with what yourself you set up to. Then that gives room for the cancellation of the registration. Failure to comply with the law, that is obvious. We expect organizations to be law-abiding, so if you fail to comply or you engage in illegal activities, that can be a ground. Finally, breaches of terms and conditions of the registration certificate, because once you've been issued with a certificate, it comes with its terms. So if you fail to, again, adhere to the terms that gave rise to your registration, then that can be a room for cancellation and suspension. So I'll not want to go to beyond that. There are others, like making false representation or ceasing to undertake public benefit. If you are undertaking public benefit, then midway you choose to switch and stop undertaking the objective of your organization, which was for public benefit. If it becomes for individual benefit, then you cease being a PBO. And then that would mean if you had been registered, then you have to undergo what you call cancellation of the same. Now, part 7, we have recognition of forum and federations. Very important. This is one form of self-regulation. When the act was being done way back in 2013, the asking of CSOs, CBOs, and PBOs was, we want to regulate ourselves. We want to run our affairs. How then has the regulations tried to capture that? We've given you room, and you have the regulator or the authority now formally saying, we recognize forums and federation. Now, the regulations will give you what makes a forum. A forum is 10 PBOs coming together. If it is a federation, those are 5 forums coming together, they can form a federation. What is the advantage of this? You are given then a leeway to self-regulate yourself through forums and federations, because you will come with your own terms, you will come with your own rules, and the work of the regulator is just to ensure you comply with what yourselves you've come up with. So that's one of the form of a trade-off that was said. Let's facilitate and make the sector be more of self-regulation than a big prefect here on top trying to dictate what to be done. Minimum requirements for registration of forums, you will find that they mirror the same for PBOs when you register. Things like the application, prescribed free constituting documents, they are all repetitive. I'll not go to the details of that. Then we have prerequisite for recognition of federations of forums. I've given the numbers. If it is about a forum, you need 10 PBOs. If it is a federation, 5 forums make 1 federation. Next, we have what we call obligations and material changes. If you want to make changes to your organization, the regulations has been able to summarize that. Importantly, dissolution. You can voluntarily dissolve. If you dissolve voluntarily, then that's it. But you can be deregistered by the authority, or you can be deregistered also by law. And there are grounds that have been given for deregistration. Things to do like failure to comply with the act, involvement in illegal activities, and what have you. I don't have to go to those details. More important for your consideration, we have what we call safeguarding of assets. If you dissolve or if you are deregistered, what is the most important ask? The regulator has seen it necessary to ensure that the assets of your PBO cannot dissipate. That's why we say that has to be safeguarded in case of dissolution. Now, a more important point also for the regulations, we have engaging in economic activities. These are questions we've been encountering all over, and what is the implication of the same. So you find that the regulations, drawing strength from the act, is now giving leeway to PBOs to engage in economic activities. But remember, there's a rider here. If you choose to do business, if you choose to do agriculture that brings in revenue for your PBO, the rider is proceeds of this economic activity or this money-making activity should be towards the public benefit. Kama kwa mfano leo mmesema tunataka tufanye biashara, we are no longer getting, let me give an example where this provision becomes important. Did you see the other day once the new president of the US came in, Donald Trump, what did he do? The first thing, they shut down USAID. There are a number of organizations that were riding on funding from USAID. What happens to them? If you are an organization that was relying 75% of your budget from USAID, what happens? You have staff to pay. You have activities to run. The primary public benefit relies 100% on this funding. What happens? Governments were equally affected. If you saw the other day, I even saw, for example, the tourism team. They have revised fees, park entry fees, because they have said Conservancy was almost 30-40% funded by USAID. Now that the funding has been pulled, they have to go and look for creative ways to plug in. Now, for the PBOs and CSOs and civil society organizations that have also taken a hit, Now, these regulations is trying to give you a room. They tell you, why don't you think of a business activity then that you think out of the proceeds, it can still run your affairs. So this is one of the important aspects of this particular regulation that is giving. But it does not mean you are running an economic activity, you are getting tax exemption, but it is for your individual benefit. Now, the regulations are clear that that cannot be accepted or does not apply in this case. This one is basically for the benefit of your organization and for you to execute your objective as per your registration. So I think this is one of the major wins, and in our sessions across board, we've been making it clear to the PBOs how these are plus for them. And if you look, we've tried to summarize the benefits of these draft regulations. Tax exemption, I'm sure you know that. Clear and simplified registration process. That's why we even have forms. If you open a sample of that regulations, pale nyuma kwa schedule unapata kuna forms. If I seek to register, if I seek to make changes, all the forms are there. You have all authority decisions are subject to internal review. That's why we say even if we deregister you, there is room for appeal. First internally, and number two, we've said all authority decisions are equally subject to external appeal. We have a tribunal in place. If you are not satisfied with the decision of the authority, unasonga kwa tribunal. Usipofurahia decision ya tribunal, unasonga to the high court. So there are channels which gives room for fairness. Ndio isisemekane serikali imekuja kugandamiza. But the regulations is just making it easy so that we have avenues for dispute resolution. Beyond that, you have better industry standards, predictable regulatory environment which is conducive for donor community. Most donors would want a place whereby if they are putting their money to fund your activities, they want certainty. Hawataki wakiamka kesho wanaambiwa sheria imebadilika, na kama walikuwa wameweka mipangilio yao kulingana na sheria ilikuwa, then overnight sheria inabadilika, then the donors will say there's no need for us to invest here. How sure are we that we can agree on a 5-year program, but every 6 months, every 3 months, sheria inabadilika? Now with the regulations in place, kunakuwa na certainty, so that even yourselves, as you come up with your proposals, as you get into partnership with your potential donors, they will have the confidence and the comfort of knowing if we can enter into 3-year, 5-year, 10-year kind of partnership, at least there's certainty that the law allows the same. Finally, greater transparency and accountability framework. Now, for the public participation mechanism, this is the last bit I want to ask you. Tutakuwa na 2-3 modes. Ya kwanza, tumekuja hapa tunazungumza kwa ukumbi huu, kuwasikizia maoni yenu. We are able to answer your concerns. People may ask questions. People may give directions. You may offer specific proposals that is recorded and kept. But on top of that, this is not the final. If you look at our program, public participation is supposed to run up to 25th July. So haimaanishi kwamba tukitoka hapa, yale maono mulikuwa nayo from these 6 counties, that is the end of it. No. This is just an opening so that over and above this session, you are still free as organizations, as individuals, as PBOs, CSOs, to still go brainstorm, and there's an avenue to still give more comments. That's why, for example, the regulator in place here will give you, for example, their email address. We even do post office, so that whatever memorandum you have, whatever petition you have, there's still time, as long as it's up to 25th of July, because the law says 30 days, and our 30 days is running. Beyond that, we have our team already in place. Our Director General has just arrived, and the team, they are also in place here. First of the thing we always start with, for the organization that have a written petition, tunaanzanga na wao. You give petition, it is recorded, it is captured, that's why we have the cameras. Reason is, tomorrow it wants to be, if for example tomorrow is asked, did we have a petition from an organization? Yes, it can be proven, and there's evidence for that. Remember, when we go to Parliament, these are the questions they ask. Did you get petitions? Did you get memorandums? Now, we always want to ensure there's evidence for that. Number 3, we have Hansard equipment that records. Mtu yote ambaye atazungumza na kutoa maoni, it is recorded. So that beyond just us writing, we can also go later to review the comments you gave us, so that we ensure hatujapoteza kitu. So with that, I want to appreciate the teams here, but I want to see by show of hands. I want to call out each of every county so that we see every county is represented. Let's start with the host county. How many are from Kisumu County? Watu wa Kisumu County? Haya, tuwapigie makofi. They are the majority because they are the host. Haya, the second county, Siaya County. Anyone from Siaya County? Haya, clap for Siaya County. Very good. Migori County. Haya, tuwapigie makofi tena. They look to be many. Mpaka wanainua mikono mbili. Thank you very much. Then we have Homa Bay County. Homa Bay County, tuwapigie makofi Homa Bay County. Then we have Kisii County. Tuwapigie makofi Kisii County. Then we have Nyamira County. Wapi watu wa Nyamira? Aya, tuwapigie hata kama ni mmoja pale, tumpigie yeye makofi pale. Thank you very much. Have I forgotten any county? Trans Nzoia, kuna wamekuja kutoka Trans Nzoia. Wapi mikono ya watu wa Trans Nzoia? Tuwapigie makofi watu wa Trans Nzoia. And I'm sure they were in Kakamega also, si ndio? Na bado walikuwa Eldoret, si ndio? Si tuwapigie makofi. Hao wamekuja kila mahali. The advantage of public participation, hatufungi mlango. On Wednesday we'll be in Nakuru. If you will not be satisfied usikie sauti yako haijasikizwa, tafadhali unakaribishwa. If your organization can even fund you and give you per diem, Nairobi bado si unakaribishwa. Haya, tujipigie makofi pia kwa sababu ya hiyo. So before I give room now for our presentation will be very simple. I'll give first right or first refusal to the first group that have written petitions. Watakuja wa present here. You just come, you present, just 1 or 2 officials. The Director General receives, we give our rapporteurs. You take a seat down. When we give comments, kama ulikuwa umepeana written petition, you don't have to read the whole of it. You just mention your organization. You can highlight in not more than 3-4 minutes because you already have it in writing, where you say we've given this petition, these are our askings. Just 1-2, you don't have to read through because tayari tuko nayo. That's enough. For those that are now giving oral presentation, we'll go. I've segmented into the 3 rows. We have this row, middle row, and the row on the other side. We'll have microphones going round so that we are able to get that. But before you can do that, now that we are waiting for our Director General and the team that are going to pay courtesy call, I want to give them a very limited time so that we see them, they introduce themselves, give remarks, then we go straight to the plenary. So a round of applause as we welcome the team from Pibora. Karibu, Director General.
Asante Wakili Joshua, our ACC, our directors, our stakeholders and partners from all the 6 counties, all the CBOs, the CSOs. Good morning. Tusalamiane ni Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Asante. My name is Dr. Laxmana Kipto. I'm the Director General and the CEO of Public Benefit Organizations Regulatory Authority, formerly the NGO Coordination Board. And just before I give brief remarks and then we continue with our exercise, I would like to give opportunity to our board of directors who are here with us today to introduce themselves so that you can be able to know. We've got independent board members appointed by the President of the Republic of Kenya, and we also have a board member who is the representative of from the Federation, the chairman of the National Federation of BBOs, and also we have a director who we call the alternate director from the office of PS Treasury. So if I could ask you so that you introduce yourselves. Ojebo, you had introduce yourself? Okay. Kindly introduce yourself.
Good morning. Tusalamiane wani. Bwana asipiwe. Pile mlisikia, sisi hatuna mambo mengi. Tumekuja kusikiza team Kisumu, team Nyanza na wale wengine wametoka sehemu zingine mnasemaje. Tumekuwa na nafasi pia kwa sehemu zingine na sisi hatuongei, tunawasikiza. Alafu baada ya hiyo tutahakikisha yale mmesema imehakikishwa imepelekwa mbele. Nimalizie tu kwa kusema asante kwa ile kazi mnafanya. Kila organization, kila shirika, hiyo kazi kidogo kubwa unafanya, tunawashukuru. Naomba tujipikie makofi kwa hiyo kazi mnafanya. Hii si siku peke yake ambayo inatakana tu appreciate. Natakana mara nyingi vile Joshua aliongea hapa mbeleni kwamba tuwe na hizo forums. Na kwa sababu mimi ndio mwenyewe kwa sasa, tutakuwa na kikao mingi kama hizi. Kwa sasa tuhakikishe tu mambo ya trapped regulations, ile maneno ambayo itawekwa kwa wakati unaandikisha organization, wakati kazi yako inaangaliwa inaenda vizuri, hii ndio siku. Na of course vile mmesikia si mwisho. Hii ni siku ya watu wa Nyanza kwa ujumla, all the way from Kisii mpaka Luo pande hii yote, na wale pengine wametoka nje kama wageni wetu kutoka Trans Nzoia na wengine kupeana maoni yenu hapa Kisumu. Hii ni session ya 10. And then maybe kuna 2 more sessions na bado kuna nafasi. So sina mengi, naomba tu tushirikiane. Authority wanafanya kazi nzuri, wako na ofisi hapa, ofisi karibu na county commissioner, ambayo pia maybe kama uko na mambo yako mtaendelea. Lakini sisi kama umbrella organization tutafanya kazi na nyinyi kwa njia mingi. Tuko na pia zile internal rules ambayo mliambiwa baada ya hii. Maybe kila organization itataka kushirikiana kuform federation of forums ama self-regulating forum, hiyo ni sawa. Lakini sisi tutashirikiana pamoja kuhakikisha tumeenda mbele. Nimalizie kwa kushukuru ofisi ya county commissioner na regional commissioner kwa ile kazi mzuri wanafanya na organization zetu. Shukrani, na naomba tu members wetu organizations, please usifanye kazi peke yako. Usifanye kazi asibu wewe unajiweza peke yako. Hata kama uko na pesa, uko na maybe hata wafanye kazi, please shirikiana na wengine. Asa relevant government agencies. Kama uko kwa environment, shirikiana na relevant government agency. Kama uko pande ya maybe watoto, shirikiana na relevant government agency, na hivyo mpaka mwisho. Kwa hiyo mengi nasema asante.
Mpigie makofi Chevoy. Doreen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Doreen Bai. I'm a board member representing the PS National Treasury. And today, the purpose, as you've been told, is just to get your views. So I won't take much of your time, but just to thank you all for being here, and looking forward to getting your valuable inputs to make the regulations a success, and to make them do the work they are meant to do. Thank you.
Watu wa pesa wananga maneno mingi, tumpigie makofi. Nasikia pesa itakangi kelele mingi, sio? Asante. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nelson Zuya. I'm an independent board member, and I'm very happy this morning to be part of this forum. We are actually here for a sole purpose of gathering your valuable insights on the proposed regulations, so as to ensure that they effectively serve this private sector. So this is your day. We are here just to do more of listening than talking. Thank you so much for showing up, and I wish you all a fruitful day. Thank you.
Again, Suya Makofi. I would also want to introduce our head of legal, Lyndon, to just introduce himself.
Thank you, Director. Amoso unokwe. Okwe kendo. Aniluongano tieno Lyndon Nicholas. Adongo kondaeleka. Awud seme. Waroko webu to makawuono. Erokamano. Dong ber.
Huyo ameamua kwenda Jerusalem, sio? Yeah. Our board chairman might join us. The chairman of our board of directors is Honorable Moses Mambo Mabonga. He comes from Bungoma. He told me that he might be here this afternoon to join us. So we want to apologize for coming late. Actually, we were not here late. We went earlier to make courtesy call to our county commissioner and also to the office of the governor. Then when we were coming, we were stuck in the lift for over 30 minutes. But that's also part of the experience of doing public participation, isn't it? So that you experience what the people also experience in the field. And so, I'll not take much of your time. I am sure our consultant has explained why we are here. We are here because we are in transition. We are in transition because all entities and organizations that were used to be called non-governmental organizations are no longer being referred to as non-governmental organizations, but they are henceforth referred to as public benefit organizations. Tuko pamoja. And we are not just turning their name like that, it is because of an act of parliament, the PBO Act of 2013. You may ask yourself, why has it taken this long? The act was enacted in 2013, but it was not operationalized until last year. And so, during the UN Civil Society Summit in Nairobi last year, the president directed that the order be operationalized. And before you operationalize an act, you need the regulations. That is the how. And these regulations, we developed them. And from the month of 5th of June, we gave them to you. It has been on our website and also in the website of the Ministry of Interior. Maybe for those who do not know, the organization is what is called a saga within the Ministry of Interior. A saga means semi-autonomous government agency. So the PBO, or the National Coordination Board, is an agency within the government, and we are domiciled under the Ministry of Interior. Are we together? And so we've made these regulations to be in the available. They have been available in the ministry's website and also on our website. And as per the law of Kenya says, before you subject any regulations or any law to the people, you've got to carry out public participation so that the people will have an opportunity to give you their views. And so on 12th of June, we put in the national newspaper that today on 14, we will be here in Kisumu. And on Wednesday, we will be in Nakuru. And on Friday, we will be in Nairobi. And we've been in all the other counties. We've been into Garissa, Meru, Nyeri, Machakos, Mombasa, Lamu, Eldoret, and Kakamega, and now we are here. As our consultant had said, if there is anything that you still wish to bring to our attention in those regulations, you still have the time. We will give you our email address. We will also give you our postal address. But on top of that, we have a regional office in Kisumu. Where is Duncan? Where is Duncan? Is Duncan here? We have our office is on the 11th floor, 7th floor, at the county commissioner's office. Between today and 25th, go and read the regulations if you've not had the opportunity to read. If there is any contribution that you'd want to make, please deliver it in our office, and our officers will send it to us. We've made it, we'll give you our email address. Kindly, if you have a memoranda and you want to sit down, you can still mail it to us. So without much ado, I will now give the opportunity to our consultant to proceed with the program as it were, because we've come here because of you, and we don't want to take time speaking. We want to give you that opportunity. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
A better round of applause kindly for our Director General. We are also been taking questions. Kwa hizi public participation tumekuwa pia tukikubali. Kuna yale maswali ni practice related. Now that the regulator is here, there are questions that you can be able to put. So now that we are here, let me start. We have organizations, PBOs, CBOs, those that have written memorandums or petitions. How many are there? By show of hands? Good. So I would ask that you come this side. And then before even that team comes, we have our sign language interpreter. For our other members that 100% rely on the sign language interpreter, I would ask that they would be on this side, or in the alternative, for the special needs, where are they? By show of hands. Those that rely on, because we just want to ensure they are able to get. It is important. Okay, so I've been properly advised that there are supposed to be two. We have one He focuses on the camera for our online, the team that is following online. We'll want to have the second. There was a lady who's supposed to also assist in sign language. You would ask also that she will now sit on this other end so that whoever within the hall, whoever benefits can be able to get that. Now, for the organization that have petitions, please, we'll just line up here, then the Director General will be receiving. So we start from here. You give your name, the name of the organization. Director General, karibu. Just stand this way. So come this way, and then we hand over. Where is the camera, people? Please. So let's start with the first. So unaelezea jina at the organization you represent, and then we hand over. We can start with the gentleman. Or who, just one, so this one organization. This one organization. So who is the spokesperson? Nani wa kusema?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mariam Abdallah. I work with and for Transform Empowerment for Action Initiative, which is a non-governmental organization, but currently we've been upgraded to the PBO status. And I really want to take this opportunity to thank you very much to our County Commissioner. Thank you so much, Assistant County Commissioner. So here we are also representing the Kisumu community of practice, and this is the team that is represented. It's a community that has brought civil society organization of about 412 organizations together, both PBOs and also community-based organizations and also self-help group. So here with us we have a memorandum just as per the guidelines that were given to us, and we would like to represent them to you today. So we'll present two, one to the Director Pibora and also one to the consultant, if that's okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Karibu tuwapigie makofi as they present on behalf, and we face the camera pale. Another round of applause. So thank you very much. Next organization. Okay, let's take our seats.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Owioimbi. I'm from Zamzam. It's a CBO within Kisumu. I'm happy to be over here to present our grievances or part of observation for this meeting. I believe part of it will contribute during the discussion, and partly will present, and I believe you're going to receive and give me my copy also. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. So you'll just give us one copy. You will return one copy. Okay. Okay, please, you could repeat your name. We didn't capture your name.
My name is Paul Owioimbi. I'm from Zamzam. It's a CBO within Kisumu. Zamzam. Paul Owio Oimbi.
Paul Owino. Paul Owio. Okay. Next, just wait. Next organization.
Habari yenu. Kwa jina yangu naitwa Joyce Wairimu. Nataka watu wa Maumau wakuje hapa. Maumau. Watu ya Kisumu wakuje hapa. Plus nitaita Moi akuje hapa apeane kitabu ya question. Hebu simameni msalimie watu muonekane. Hao wote ni watu ya Maumau from 47 counties. Tumekuja kurepresent Maumau MMV organization.
Aya, tuwapigie makofi. They have walked with us the journey from Garissa, na naona tutamaliza mwendo Nairobi, si ndio? Bas. If there is any question, we'll raise in the plenary. I'll give you a chance in the plenary. So thank you very much. Tuwapigie makofi. Let's acknowledge them. Asante. So with that, I think we appreciate those ones that have done the petitions, memorandums. If you still have them, please, email address for the regulator is open. Sanduku la Posta or the post office box. Thank you very much, Bwana DG and the team from the authority. Now, where are the microphones? Tuko na microphones ngapi? Portable, I hope they are portable microphones. 2 of them. So I want, Biwot, you can pick one. So I just want one person this side and the other person this side. So that if you raise your hands and give, if you ukiinua mkono na ukiwa na wazo la kutuelezea. So one person aende tu ile side ingine. Biwot, you can just come around in the middle here. So I'll want to start from this side. Now the floor is open for people to give comments. Okay, so there's the first person here. Thank you. Karibu. Anahakikisha unasema jina lako kama ni organization una represent and the county you come from. Your name should come out clearly so that we capture. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Caleb Danga from Opinion on the Ground, Civil Society. Caleb Danga.
Caleb Danga.
Yeah, from Opinion on the Ground, Civil Society.
Karibu.
First, before I bring forward what I have 2 things to say. The consultant and your team, we really take it to note that you are beyond the average. Your organizations and your setup is beyond the average because it has never been this in most public participation we do attend. And really, Assistant County Commissioner can agree with me that we rarely being provided with such documents. In most public participations we do. And to some extent, some of them we get to the extent that even facilitating, even with the documents or other items, become very hard. Even where sometimes we had gone to even their office, you left there even without even a tea. What we call that which can bring the sugar level up. And sometimes somebody has come all the way from Migori or other places. You use your transport and you go back with your own transport. And you are coming for the purpose of public, which to you, I see you are beyond that. And I know you will consider the people from Migori, you will organize how they will go back from your logistics team. I just foresee it. Or one thing, let me just put forth my case. The other thing, I said I had 2 things before I present my point. The other thing is the situation of communication to these fora is beyond the expectation. And that's why you can see the hall actually is almost full. You know, this hall, we normally use this side. But when it stands this side, it means that we are expecting more people. And now the hall is almost more than half full. So allow me put forth my cause. I had a concern under Part 5, bestowment of public benefit organization status. Bestowment of public benefit organization status. Number 9, page 8B. The entity is in good standing with the respective registering authority. Kindly, I didn't understand it well, and the reason why I'm really concerned about it is for 2 reasons. Your disclaimer or your initial explanations that the PBO has not done away with the CSOs. That one is in records, and CSOs can still just be CSOs, but there are extent that they can be also based on or be reorganized to work within the PBOs. The only challenge that if you go to the CSOs requirements for registrations, there is an area which need the DCI. I don't know, and when I read this, I didn't get it clear because you see from the policy document, it might not be detailed. But when it comes to the act, it's now more detailed than the policy documents. So when it comes to the act, it entails that now for you to open or for you to register a CSO, which is supposed to be under PBO, you will be required to undergo a DCI, whatever. They have to check you. I don't see, in my own observation, I'm very much reluctant to understand why the DCI should be involved when already we have an authority dealing with the PBO. When the authority is already there, what's the role of the DCI? Kindly.
Okay, thank you. Any concern questions will be answered, so you quickly give, once you have an opinion, you give, every concern will be answered. I'll be taking around 5, then we answer them before we go to the next. So you'll be next. Then
Thank you very
2,
much.
3. So I'll come.
My name is John
Karibu.
Samuel Otieno, Pamoja Child Foundation, Hope to Live, and under the umbrella Community of Practice, Kisumu chapter. Straight to the presentation, here we have under the part 4, that is bestowment of public benefit organization status, and specifically on the 2 areas, that is eligibility for bestowment of the PBO status 9 and 10. Now, the concern is this. The current provisions in the Act and the regulations for bestowment of the PBO status are vague. The term here is vague and unclear on responsibilities and accountability in terms of time frame and benefits. So in this context, as we sit, or as an organizations, we have 3 specific, I want to be very fast in terms of what we can propose or recommend. We need to develop and publicize a clear eligibility criteria, documentation, checklists, timelines, and appeal mechanisms. The second comment or second proposal include the PBO handbook and simplified publication or public guidelines, probably even if it can be in Kiswahili or even local language, what can be possible. And then the third comment, and the last one is mandate public reporting of decisions, that is with justification on the PBO status application on PIBORA in terms of the website or even within the notice boards. So whenever we can get an opportunity for posting or being able to report on that, then that will help us to address the vagueness. And then the second one is just on the suspension, where an organization whose registration is suspended or cancelled under this regulation appeals under section 19 of the Act. And therefore, the organization shall not be restricted from continuing with its operations until the determination of the appeal is cleared. We realize this can be so limiting, and therefore we appeal for reconsideration in terms of giving some provision. Even if it is under the consideration, it should be let to continue. So for more details, can always get it in our publication. I submit, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would need such kind of submissions very clear. So we have next, then I'll come to the other side. Where was the other microphone? Yairo ingine?
Thank you very much.
Proceed.
I would like to congratulate the office of the director of the PBOs, the consultant, also the office of the county commissioner. I think this is a good document that needs to be passed. With me, I support it, and we should not delay the operationalization of this document. But one thing I would like the concerned people to help me understand some of the key areas. Maybe I have not read it fully, but the key areas first, the scope of this act. Because we realize Though I've been in the government, went to the NGO, came back to the government, went back to the NGO. I know how these two systems run. But you find out that some of the donors have been using the community-based individual or NGOs to regulate the people they give the funding. We call the community component, and some of them would be here, and especially in Global Fund. And those people have been acting as their eyes. So when you look at this document, please help me understand, although there are three objectives. One is the management and oversight of the PBOs. The second is the registration, and the third is coordination of the forums and the federations. So please help me understand where in this act, or was it necessary that the donors be also included in the act? And where should they be included? Or do we expect them to come in the policy framework for objective 1 or policy framework for objective 2, where objective 1 is the management of the whole system, and then objective 3 is the coordination processes. Because these people will be giving the money, and mark you, the donor is there, gives the money to the local NGO gives money to the CBOs and the rest. And then these CBOs, NGOs, goes through the line of the PBOs, the regulation. And this is the challenges we have been getting. The donor's interest can put the interest through the local NGO, the local NGO put the interest to the CBOs. Where does the donor come in this act? Is it necessary that they are reflected in the act? We have the Wanjiku, who is supposed to receive the money, the services and the rest. Are they necessary to be part of this act? Because the people who have been talking on behalf of Wanjiku are the community component. Those who implement Global Fund, you know them. They are very powerful people, and they have been acting as the eyes of the donors. So is it necessary that we bring in the donors here, either at the federation and the community people who receive, either at the board, the forums, or in other place? So that is my concern, which you should help me understand whether it is necessary. Another thing is that we need to have the PBOs having quality reporting. And I know that will be captured in the policy operational framework, either in objective 3. So I'm wondering whether we will be brought back also to go through the policy framework when it will be put into place. Please have those one. Thank you. The document is good and it needs to move ahead. Thank you very much for coming up with this important document.
Thank you very much. So I'll give 2, then I'll invite Lyndon. So let us go to, your name first. Please give your name for the purpose of our rapporteur.
Sorry. My name is John Odhiambo Kembe. I'm with the Hope for the Vulnerables.
Good.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm taking 2 here, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll come to you once I finish the 2. So, okay.
Thank you for the chance. My name is Chola Eric. My first concern is with section 26 in page 22, which talks about the annual returns, and it is very specific, saying within 6 months at the end of each calendar year. Now, the challenge with this one is a calendar year is January to December. There are some entities that do their accounts maybe from up to end of June, some do up to end of March, some do up to end of September. So I think we need to have some flexibility, because now if my financial year is ending on 31st of March, how will I be able to file the return on or before 31st of March in each calendar year? So I think by introducing the calendar year, that's what brings the whole confusion. Should have been financial year, which now can bring flexibility. Then the other question I have is, in the PBO Act, second schedule, it lists some of the indirect support benefits to the PBOs. In this document, there is no reference anywhere about how the PBOs will actualize those benefits. And specifically, I'm talking about the benefits connected with tax exemption. Because the Act is very clear, it is providing a direct exemption on certain types of incomes. But the regulations are not indicating how the entities will be able to actualize. So you'll find a situation whereby the Act says the PBO will benefit, the Tax Procedures Act talks about the benefit. So there could be conflicts in the tax laws, the PBO Act, and the regulations. So I think that one also needs to be clarified. But that one, there's a complete omission of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your name again, I think we didn't pick your name, just your name.
My name is Achola Eric.
Huh? Achola?
Achola Eric, yes.
Eric, Achola Eric, thank you. Okay.
And on that note, my name is Moses Abraham Koga Odera. Koga Odera. Not Kogo Koga. I have a very simple, you will help me with the Gen Z, the interpretation. This is a document, legal document. I accept and I see. It is true, it is good. My organization deals with the civics education provision. And you have said there, we have got here, the organizations that deals with the CBOs, they go up the grassroots. And your enjoyment of coming here to make that the grassroots enjoys the benefit of this the program. I really appreciate what you have done. But my worry, before you are explaining, being civics education provider, is this going to narrow and corner those NGOs, let me use that language because I'm used to it, is when you are in transition. Kenya is on transition, you use that language. Is this going to corner the NGOs which used to deal with civics education? Because the government we have, I'm a Kenyan, the government we have, they are very sensitive. And the political organization we have, the parties, they are also very keen on those, the benefit the community can get, the knowledge, as we are undertaking now process of going to election. The benefit of people to know how to vote, people to know their right how to vote. This document, is this the NGOs going to be safe? You remember 2020, 2018, 2022, one of our NGO was cornered and was to be deregistered because of the NGO stepped on the government's side. I think you are there, you can have that vocabulary. But I like this because this organization, the public participation benefit organization, is going to control the other NGOs which wanted to be the briefcases. I think that's the thing. The government was also looking for those briefcases which were in the village, and also they didn't want to other government organizations to know them. Is this document going to help? That's the area. My question is this document going to corner the NGOs which is going to be open to areas of civics education, the village engagement, because we would like these people to be engaged. Two, another area. This thing I would like you to kindly request you to put it in the public popular version. Public popular version means when I go as my NGO, I go to the village. I would like my members, as you saw them parading there, to understand the content of this. Not everybody understands the language of legal terms in the village. Am I right?
Very right.
Am I communicating or talking?
You are more than communicating.
Lastly, some of them have been said in a different language, but this is the local language I'm talking about. Are you
Pibora.
public benefit organization the way you have managed it, I appreciate and accept, and I'm happy, because the way I used to be and the way I used to have it is not going to be the way I'm going to be when I have this document. Because I understand it and I know it, but do you, as the organization in that document, be ready for also the government side to benefit? For example, my sister here, ACC administrator, for him to be the people, the NGOs used not to be free with them. Wakiona Simba wanasema Simba you hapo toroka. But now this thing is going to make them be free and the NGOs to be able to reach them, because the public would like also to benefit, and when the public benefit is the supervisor on your behalf. Am I correct? Therefore, may you please put this in the public popular version for us. When we go back, our work becomes easier. And when you come this time, next time when you will be having the renewal after 10 years, you will come with a public popular version. Thank you. May the Lord
Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause? He's really communicated. I was taking the last, but because we haven't had lady speaking, you will be the last one to close, so that I first address those ones, then I go to the second round. You will be the first to start before I come that. So second last, then last. Lyndon, be on standby.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Joshua Leo. I work at Health NGOs Network in Kenya, abbreviated as HENET. I'll not delve into a lot, but I have two concerns because I'll leave the rest for others. One is on the economic activities. We take very cognizant that we are a country ruled by law. And because we have a PBO Regulations Act, and now we are dealing with this PBO and looking at the economic stance, it means there are some acts that we might be directly or indirectly affected to. So one is we have missed an opportunity to operationalize the second Schedule 1 of the Act. So it means we need to look at those regulations and clearly define allowable economic activities so that the PBOs don't get into conflict with the Ministry of Trade and Investments. Including we need to have thresholds and how we report this. The second bit is about aligning it with the existing tax. We are saying that one of the benefits of the PBO Act is to apply for tax exemptions. So when we get into economic activities, are we still going to be allowed to be a beneficiary of tax exemptions? So that we need to resolve, especially on value-added tax and income from mission-related trade and custom duty waivers. So there is need to really explain that further. Lastly, sorry for taking more time. Lastly is about the application for recognition. I just wanted to note that we need to have a procedural fairness clause on how do we apply this, so that we don't have where PBO, some of them start saying, I was not able to be given a fair hearing on terms of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lastly, a good lady. Then we first address those ones. Then I'll come with that. There are 3 hands I've seen there. Proceed.
Mary Were, Winam Grassroots, and a member of BAG's Budget Action Group. Mine is specifically on PBO registration requirements and also the one for bank opening. I'm looking at processing fees of 16,000 and 30,000. And I'm also looking at the smaller organization of which my organization falls under, which is a CBO, on this kind of cost and how we'll be able to, because this is quite high. And again, just obtaining a letter from the board to open a bank account is going to cost us 4,000. So we would want to understand how the costs were reached to, so that we are able and also prepared. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, for those round of concerns, questions, let me first invite from the regulator, the team leader, to address the concerns, questions, and then we'll come to the next round. Karibu.
Thank you, Joshua. The first question is on bestowment of public benefit status. That is Section 7 of the PBOs Act. How does it work? When we were in the process of crafting the PBOs Act, we wanted to amend the Companies Act. We also wanted to amend the Societies Act and the Trustees Act. So we invited the various registrars for a session, and none of them was willing to budge. So we looked at other laws in other jurisdictions, and in the UK we found bestowment of public benefit. So public benefit works for organizations that are not currently registered under the PBOs Act. It applies to companies limited by guarantee. It applies to CBOs that engage in charity. It also applies to associations or trusts, as long as you are engaging in public benefit or charitable activities and you're not registered under the PBOs Act, then Section 7 applies to you. Remember, because I've had concerns that PBO Act is here to finish CBOs. No. The PBO Act has nothing to do with anyone else other than those that are registered under it and those that get public benefit status bestowed upon them. Under the Constitution of Kenya, we have freedom of association. You choose where, who, and how you want to associate. But let us be mindful that freedom of association is not absolute. It is limited by law. That is to say that if you choose to associate under the PBOs Act, then you follow the rules and regulations set thereon. If you choose to be a CBO, there are rules that apply. If you choose to be a company, there are rules that apply. So that is how it's going to work. And once you choose to associate under the PBOs Act and you are given public benefit status under Section 7, then you acquire the rights to access the benefits that I think the third last speaker was talking about, tax exemption and other benefits that are listed in the schedule. So that is how bestowment of public benefit status works. The other question was why should DCI be involved in issuing a certificate? I'm guessing this has to do with good conduct. Is it to do with good conduct? If it is to do with good conduct, it is simple due diligence. Everyone in this country today, for anything that you are doing, you will be requested for good conduct. Kosari ambo. Donga dieri. Good conduct ikwa jite. No good conduct no ikwa left, right, center. The other one is eligibility for bestowment of public benefit status. The question, the concern was the terms are unclear on accountability and time frame. And that is why we are here. We expect you to give us suggestions which we will incorporate in terms of eligibility, accountability, and time. What we have, or what we've projected, or what we've explained to you, is a draft regulation, proposed draft regulation. It is not the complete works. Once we get your views and we put them together with the views from other Kenyans, then we will synthesize and get what the people want and put it there. That question was on scope of the Act in terms of management and oversight, coordination process, federation and forums, community youth groups. The Act focuses on organizations registered under it, and organizations that are not registered under it but are engaging in public benefit or charitable acts will be requested to obtain registration. And some of these organizations include faith-based organizations that are running charity homes, that are running community centers, schools, and so on and so forth. As long as it is public benefit, the right place for registration is under the Public Benefits Organizations Act. So in terms of scope, the Act will only focus on organizations registered under Section 7. By the way, bestowment of public benefit status does not in any way negate your previous registration under whichever regime you are registered. So your previous registration under companies remain, but you will have the unfortunate bit of double reporting, because once you get the public benefit status, then you have to report on that, as you also report on the regime that has registered you. On coordination process, Section 42 is very clear on the job of the authority. It has been well enumerated. There will be outreach programs, there will be training programs, there will be circulars issued from time to time, and so on and so forth. Then on federation and forums, the Act provides for a federation under Section 21. And this federation is coming from the NGO Council. How many of you are familiar with the NGO Council? By a show of hands. About a handful. The NGO Council was a creation of the NGOs Coordination Act, which is now defunct. And it was a welfare organization for NGOs. The federation is the offshoot. Remember, again, freedom of association still applies. Registration or being a member or associating with the federation is a matter of choice. It is you to decide whether you want to associate with the federation or not. Then we have forums. The forums are organized in two ways. One, geographically. Two, thematically. Those who engage in a common thematic area can say that they want to have their own forum. Remember, minimum number for forum is 10. So 10 organizations can come together and form a forum, either on thematic area or by virtue of geography, if they are located in the same region. Once they do that, then there's an agreement. There's supposed to be a federation of forums, which several forums will come together to form. But then there's a federation of PBOs, which now is the mother umbrella union for all PBOs. So, for those who do not wish to be either members of the forum or members of the federation, Section 27, which enumerates the code of conduct, applies to you directly. For those who get into forums or federation, the forums or the federations will come up with their own code of conduct, which will be an offshoot from Section 27. Remember, this is about self-regulation. As you ask the government to be accountable, you also have to be accountable. Dongadieni. Iwacho ni charity begins at home. Kose. Dong charity begins at home. Kwa dwadhi go ne sirikal nyaka bed accountable, wakungo bed accountable Monday. Kosa bed accountable, koro kata kwa siemo kocha cha to kwach na un puku ywe odu to wacho ni odwolil. Kose. Wadhi maber. Donors are neglected in the Act, necessary specifically to include donors. Donors have absolutely nothing to do with the Act. Donors are individuals or organizations that wish to give funds for purposes of an identified vulnerable group or community, for purposes of fulfilling a certain need in a community or in a country or in a constituency. It doesn't matter where you are. But donors come from different countries. You cannot regulate them. There are donors from America, there are donors from the UK, there are donors from Japan, from China, from Korea. Donors come from all over the place. So if you want to regulate donors, which country's law will you use to regulate people coming from all over the place? You cannot regulate donors. What the donors can do is to ask the authority that we want to give money to Kisumu for ABCD. Which organization should we give? For compliance reasons, the law, the PBO Act, requires the authority to publish in the website and in the register names of PBOs that are both compliant and non-compliant. So once that name is published, we will redirect donors to the website and tell them to look at organizations that are compliant, that come from the region they want to fund, and they will proceed and fund. On the issue of returns and the dates, under the Defunct NGOs Act, there was a grace period of 3 months for every financial year end. So if your financial year end from January to December, then you are expected to file your returns in March. So that gives you 3 months grace period. If your financial year ended in August or in July or in June, as other people would want, then 3 months after the end of your financial year, you get to file your returns. That is the practice that has been for the last 30 or so years. Now, things have changed, and for avoidance of doubt, the Act has conflicts. If you look at the Act keenly, you will see that it says 3 months, then it says 6 months. How many have seen that? Those who have read have seen. That is a conflict that arose as a result of drafting. As we do the regulations, we cannot correct that. Remember, we have 2 court orders that have ordered us to implement the Act as is, without amendments. So, because what we wanted for the past 11 or so years was to amend the Act first, then now implement. But the court orders say implement first, then you will amend later. So with all the conflicts within the Act, as we do the regulations, we cannot attempt to correct the conflicts. We will do the regulations to match the conflicts. Then at the opportune time, we will amend the Act. We'll come back again to you to amend the Act. Then we will also amend the regulations. So the conflict that you see on financial reporting or annual returns reporting is as a result of the conflict in the drafting of the PBOs Act. The other question was on how PBOs will benefit from tax exemptions. The KRA has developed rules on how to go about tax exemptions. We are working with them closely. We also wanted to hear your views on the same. Then we are going to develop regulations that will ensure that will clearly state the role the authority will play vis-a-vis the role KRA will play and what will be expected from PBOs. Being a civic society organization, is the Act going to deregister or clamp down on or corner them because they disseminate information to the grassroots? The Act is not here to corner, deregister, punish anyone. If you want to remain a CBO, by all means you remain a CBO. Life continues how it has always run. If you want to remain a company limited by guarantee, by all means. Association, by all means. Trust, by all means. The Act is not here to look for you because you are already registered under a different regime. However, if you want to access those tax benefits and whichever other benefit that come from the Act, then you either get on board through Section 7 or Section 8 or Section 11. Those are ways of registration that have been provided for under the PBOs Act. Popular version of regulation be developed for laymen. Joshua, you have heard that. You must make one for laymen. Is PBORA going to benefit other government sectors such as the public administration who indirectly supervise PBOs? The authority is going to work. Actually, we've been working with county governments. We've been working with Ngao. What we are going to do is to develop a framework between us and Ngao, between us and county governments, so that it is clear. We can put in place MOUs and stuff like that, so that county governments and the national administration can work with PBOs with reference from the authority, because that is where PBOs get regulated. We do not want a scenario where PBOs are complaining that the county government is now regulating them. We do not want a scenario where PBOs are complaining that the chiefs in the village are now harassing them, or the DDC or the SEC are now regulating them. So we are working on that framework. On economic activities, clearly define the economic activities so that not to run in conflict with the Ministry of Trade. Economic activities envisaged under Section 65 of the PBOs Act can be done in two ways. One, a PBO that engages in an activity and has excess can offload that excess by selling and generating income, which income then is used to further the objectives of the PBO, which are charitable in nature. I'll give you examples. For example, PBOs that are agricultural or environmental in nature. You produce, say, you produce vegetables, you have chicken, you have cows, you have bananas, all sorts of things. And you have used what you need, and there's a surplus. That surplus, you can sell it, and the money you make from selling it, you put it back into furthering the objectives of that PBO. I know several PBOs that are already doing that. I know PBOs that run schools, that have farms for feeding the children in the school. They have cows, they have chicken, they have goats, they have pigs. And whatever they get, they use. Whatever is left, they sell, and that money is plowed back into the PBO. That is method one. Method two, under the Companies Act, a single individual can own a company. As a PBO, once you are incorporated, you are a legal person. As a legal person, you can own a company. So that company should be, must be, solely owned by the PBO. That company must have completely separate and different management from that of the PBO. Remember, the PBO is the shareholder, not you. So you cannot have the directors of the PBO or the staff of the PBO working for the company owned by the PBO. The PBO will have a total different management running the company and a total different management running the PBO. Now, the profit that the company makes from the business it does, because it has to be limited by shares for purposes of profit making. That profit that it earns from the business is wholly plowed back into the PBO for purposes of meeting its charitable objectives. The PBO then issues the company with a tax certificate. Then the company gets exempted from taxation by KRA by virtue of that tax certificate that has been issued to it. One kanyakla. Wawinjore. Bas, wadi maber. So, the company can do anything. It can be a real estate company, it can be a security company, it can be whatever it is that can bring you money. The reason for Section 65 is simple. The donor landscape for a very long time has been dwindling. Kose? Dong donors dwindle. Girumo. At the same time, the donors keep changing their focus. Today they are funding education. Tomorrow they are funding trees. The next day they are funding water. And you cannot change your objective because the donor has changed their focus. The law does not allow you to change your objective. Some people have come to the office that, you know, now my donor is no longer funding education. Now we want to plant trees. It is not allowed. You just register a new organization for that purpose. But you cannot change your objective from education to trees to water because the donor keeps changing. So for those two very good reasons, we factored in section 65 to enable NGOs or PBOs to be able to sustain themselves by engaging in economic activity aside from donor funding. This does not mean that you stop fundraising. Far from it. You continue fundraising, but you also sustain yourself so that ngato kik bieu donge. Ngondo kik ngato bieu kosa wacho marach. This is the last question. Statutory cost on services such as bank letters too high. Well, for those of you who have engaged with us, you know what we charge currently. We have given proposals of what we may wish to charge moving forward. We also want to hear from you on what you wish to be charged moving forward, but it cannot go below what is already on the table. Because it cannot. Are we progressing or regressing? Apenjo gimuolo. Depends. Progressing or regressing depends on. Haya, umemaliza. Asante sana.
Thank you for those long elaborate explanations. I hope I'll not be getting same questions. Once it has been answered, whoever had concerns, tulikuwa tumeachia pale. So let's start. There are three hands. So Tanza hapo, number 2 with the yellow, and the 2 ladies at the back. Then we come back here again. So just patience kidogo. So let's start there. Gina, organization, county. Very important. Proceed.
In the first resistance about this meeting, because that there's a court order that bars this organization from organizing such kind of meeting. So we'll participate, but in protest. So part of the things that, as much as I heard him saying that they're going to pass, then they will amend. But a lot of wordings in this act needs a lot of amendments. In fact, a lot. Yeah. For example, if you go to section 3, object of this regulation gives effect to section 3 of the act. And I've liked a situation whereby the NMAS could have been told about there are some observations that the court had already made pertaining wordings and its observation. So most of the people, it looks like as if they are talking, or maybe they will be reading through this thing, but we also have some other observations that have been offered. I think the best thing is we could have 2 versions of the PBO, that one of 2013, and then the recommendations. Yeah. For example, section 3, the object of this regulation shall be to provide a framework for the management and oversight of the public benefit organization. B, the criteria for registration, suspension, cancellation, and restatement of public benefit organization. And C, for coordination and operation of the forum and forum and federation for forums. Now, we could like for proposals like B, 1, delete the word oversight immediately after the word and in 3A, and replace it with self-regulation to read framework management and self-regulation of public benefit organization. You'll come and realize that there was an observation that why did court have to say that? We've studied the recommendation of the court, And I wouldn't take a lot of your time. I've presented as a submission over there. We have a lot of observation from the court. And as much as we're going to have this PBO, we are requesting one thing. One, respect the courts. Second, whatever the views that we are giving should also be addressed. I've submitted a lot of that. If I go through all these documents, are long documents. So I'll spare your time, but please. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give the next one, I want to address that issue of court. Please, Mercy, come. I can guarantee you we would not be here if the court order was subsisting, because what happened, once the court pronounced itself, the regulator, please Mercy come so that you can be able, because she's the one who was in court representing the regulator. We were able to get stay orders, and the matter is equally coming up for appeal. But Mercy can give specifics so that we just clear the air. Proceed.
Thank you, Joshua. And thank you for the question that has been raised. My name is Mercy Soy, and I am a legal officer at the PBO Regulatory Authority. And first of all, ours is to say thank you very much, asanteni sana, kwa kukua nasi hapa siku ya leo. Because we had started the second phase of the questions, which I was going to take up, we deem it fit to address the particular issue that has been raised regarding a court order. So, there is an active case that is in court as we speak. This case started at the High Court. When the judgment was issued by the same court, it declared various provisions of the PBO Act as unconstitutional. After that declaration, we approached the same court and actually obtained stay orders. The same judge issued stay orders, and that means that these stay orders set aside the judgment, allowing us to continue with the implementation of the Act. Secondly, even the orders that were there as they were, none was challenging the process of development of regulations. None was challenging this process of public participation that we are here doing today. So I need to offer that clarity. And lastly, we are at the Court of Appeal on the same matter. But for avoidance of doubt, this process has not been challenged in court. We are therefore here legally. We are in good standing. And even as the authority, we would not have been going around engaging Kenyans, engaging the public, if at all this process had been stopped. Lastly again, if there is such a court order, then maybe we are not aware of it and we need it to be brought to our attention immediately. Thank you very much. We will still engage more. Please, Joshua. Thank you.
So make sure you give a name, county, as well as the organization. Proceed. So we'll camp at that corner. I still have 3 to take from there. Proceed. Endelea.
Thank you, sir. My name is Hilary Matiangi from Kisii County, volunteering for International Solidarity Foundation. First, because we are quite few, congratulations and thank you for everyone who has made an attempt to add to this document at whichever level. I am a believer of giving anything an opportunity to thrive until I am sure the motive is not true. Hata kama ni mtoto, wacha tu aishi mpaka ile siku ninakuwa sure huyu si normal child, huyu ni singular. Then I know how to deal with the snake at the right time, because that is an enemy. But as I support, I will appreciate some honesty I have seen today, whether it was intentional or not. if we all agree as Kenyans that an issue has, a document has several issues for amendment, and then we are saying pass, then we amend. Are we going to be amending or we are going to be drafting afresh? So why are we wasting paper? Printing what we will trash after printing. Waste. 2, if that court ruling that I saw, and I hope I watched the correct TV channel, that said compulsory registration or membership to a superior body or something, tribunal, what, I'm a forum or federation, is not a justifiable legal limitation. Why are we still engaging in discussing something that we've not addressed in court? We will even say the new education Nini has mistakes. Let's just start it, we will deal with it. And we will assure the nation there are enough classrooms, knowing very sure we've not built. So are we going to amend or are we going to redraft? Lastly, if an external donor who is coming to fund an entity in Kisi will require a permit, and there is another jurisdiction, legal, political, that will not require a permit, what business will I have to come from China or America to require a permit to fund an organization in Kisumu when Ghana is freely allowing me to do it? I would rather move shop. After moving companies, we are now moving even donors. If the issue of tribunals has beaten us in politics, we are competing with my sister in a political party. I'm told, akona certificate, nomination certificate, go to the tribunal. The tribunal will make a ruling after my burial because it has instructions. And this is a country that does not respect court orders, whether in education, in agriculture, in... By the way, as I rest my case, why am I interested in controlling the cook if I'm not funding the food the cook is preparing? It doesn't happen anywhere, not even in our houses. Thank you so much. My name is Hilary Matiangi, Kisi County.
Thank you, Matiangi. We'll also clarify the issue. I think we had addressed the issue about the court order that had the issue of amendment, whether to amend first or implement first, but that one will be answered next. Then we have the two ladies that will follow just there.
My name is Michael Omondi from Kisumu. Just a rider on the same issue. I heard your legal officer said that there's a stay order. She, however, failed to mention for how long. Probably it could be expiring today, and we are here debating about this regulation. So maybe she could come out clear and share with us when is the stay order expiring. That is 1. 2, parts of the act that were found to be unconstitutional include the composition of the PBOR. Are we therefore having the wrong people taking us through the process of drafting the regulations? As I finish, my concern is on the missing parts of the regulation and some of the parts that are in the regulations, though were declared unconstitutional by the court, including, I think, section 20 on reinstatement of PBOs once they are cancelled. How then do we have the same body cancelling PBO, providing us an opportunity to come and seek redress? The courts found that to be against the principle of fair hearing. Then, how are we developing regulations for parts that already have been declared illegal?
Thank you for that concern. I think it's a follow-up of what Mr. Matiang had raised. We'll be able to answer that. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvonne Okundi from Center for Health Rights Community-Based Organization, Kisumu County. I have concern. One is the gap between the policy itself and the grassroots. There is a recommendation that the CBOs are the community-based organizations needs fresh registration. But even if one of you will just step to one of the sub-county offices, you'll get that they lack information, while the policy is there for the structures in place. So how are we supposed to empower that the grassroots knows what is it and they are at par? Because not everybody, we all understand there's a gap in terms of the digital literacy. And I heard like there will be, names will be published at the website. How will this be beneficial? Number two, we are talking this. I believe as a country, even with the PBO Act, we are targeting so much, we still rely on the donor dependency. And we are seeing that there's shifts and withdrawal of donors. How does the PBO Act comes in for our journey to self-reliance, whereby we are here to support civil society organizations, both NGOs and the CBOs, so that we can see what is it as a country we can make beneficial to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good, elaborate concerns. And there's a lady there. Then I'll shift to this other side, because I want to take 2, 3, 4 more. Then we want to address those ones. Proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Emma Olum from Pambazuko la Wanawake Magharibi.
Your name again?
Emma Olum.
Thank you, Emma. Proceed.
From Pambazuko la Wanawake Magharibi, operating in former Nyanza and Western provinces. Thank you for this process. And on top of what my colleagues have submitted, I would like maybe to point out specific sections, starting with section 4, number 3. I would wish if there could be a time frame on the search. The other sections have time frame, but on the search there is no time frame attached. I think it would be better if there was a time frame on the how long that does the PBO board will take to do that search, name search. And then there are some sections which I felt were a bit subjective and maybe giving a lot of power to the board. My colleagues have pointed out that some of the sections were vague. For example, 5C, we have in the opinion of the authority, if, as in if you can be prohibited, if the name can be prohibited, in the opinion of the authority, the name is offensive or undesirable. It is just left to the authority to decide that this name is offensive for us or undesirable. I feel that is a bit more subjective and maybe also gives a lot of power to the board. Same with 9B, that that is talking about eligibility. B is saying that if the entity is in good standing with its respective registering authority. This good standing, I think maybe it needs to be defined. What constitutes good standing? For example, my colleague over there was talking about maybe they can be persecuted. So maybe the authority can just decide that you're not in good standing because good standing has not been defined. What is this good standing with the respective registering authority? And then we have so many places requiring a postal address. We know that the world is progressive. So many of us no longer use a postal address, and maybe some of us now only have it as a requirement of the PBO board. No letter ever comes through the post office, not even from the PBO board. You just pay that money because it is a requirement. I feel that maybe if it can be made optional, not that it is compulsory, if this can be made maybe optional. And then when we go to the first schedule, the fees, I had to Google the fees maybe for the for-profit organizations, and I noticed that this is very high, what the organizations are required to pay for the registration. It's really on the higher side, and I was like, this is not for profit, but it's very high compared even to the for-profit, those who are making profit, what they pay to register their entities. For example, number 10, talking about notification of material changes in a public benefit organization. So for example, we have changed maybe the board, and we want to effect these changes, then we have to pay 15,000. I think that is really like on the higher side when you consider the dwindling resources that we are working with currently, we are really struggling. Even that is why I was bringing up the part about the post office. You're just having this post office because it is a requirement. No letter ever comes through the post office. And then you have this, you've just changed maybe the board. Then you pay 15,000. I feel it's a bit punitive, and maybe it can be revised. Even the other charges, they were really on the higher side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, there's this row hapa. There's a gentleman here, there's a lady here, and then we come again up front here. So let's start with the gentleman there. Mercy, be on the ready. Please speak to the microphone.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Joel Omer.
Your name is?
Joel Omer.
John Omer?
Joel Omer, yes.
Joel Omer.
Yes.
Proceed.
I work for DevLink from Homa Bay County, and I just had a concern on the issue of tax exemptions for PBOs. We all know that this country is a capitalist country, and there is one concept of fair competition that guides our businesses. So in the event that that PBOs are going to be given these tax exemptions, how do we put into effect the issue of fair competition? Because I know other businesses will bring that issue in future. Then there's also the issue of scale. The example was given was an example of surplus vegetables. What if it gets to a point whereby you need to export these vegetables? Will this tax exemption still apply, or there's a cap when it comes to the scale of business that these PBOs can engage in? Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you very much. A good lady here.
Thank you very much. My name is Mariam Abdallah, representing Team Transform Empowerment for Action Initiative. I want to thank everyone who is here, and also just echo what some of my colleagues have mentioned, but putting an emphasis on some of the issues herein. Number one is in terms of the search and reservation of a name, that is section 4.3. Currently in the regulation, there is no time frame for PBORA to conduct search and reserve the name. For us, we are recommending a reasonable time frame of 7 to 14 working days, within which the authority must respond to name reservation requests. Then secondly, also enable provision for digital submission and tracking of name search application to increase transparency and accessibility, especially for rural and grassroots organization. Then also in terms of the prerequisites for registration is the prohibited names. And here, in section 5C, the authority shall not register a public benefit organization by a particular name if, in the opinion of the authority, the name is offensive or undesirable. So here we are asking you to define the term offensive or undesirable in the regulation with clear objective criteria. What could be offensive to you is not offensive to me. A good example is a term I don't want to use in this meeting because it has been prohibited by NCIC, so I will reserve my comments. Then provide for written justification and an opportunity to appeal the decision if a name is rejected. So there needs to be that kind of a provision. Then also engage county level CSO platforms in reviewing disputed names where cultural relevance may be a factor. So I think that needs to be considered very well. Then I wanted to make my comments on the fees. You do realize that when we are talking about a public benefit organization, this is an organization that is supposed to benefit the members of the public. Initially, we were a non-governmental organization. That means we were separated from being government. And currently, we are going to be a public benefit organization. So basically, everything we are doing is to benefit the members of the public. And there's also the bigger aspect of collaboration between the PBOs and the government. So here, in terms of name search and reservation, you had put an original fee of 2,000. We are kindly requesting that this fee be put at 250 with the reasons that I've given, so that it can align with the business search fees under the business registration service and avoids double taxation, as PBOs may still need BRS registration. So you realize in this country, when you want to register your business, you register with 250 shillings. We are requesting that since we are a public benefit organization, please register us with 250 shillings in terms of the name search. Then there's the extension of reserved name. We're also requesting it to be 250 from 2,000. Then for bestowment of PBO status. Remember, this is a CSO or a community-based organization or a foundation for this matter, and they want to enjoy the benefits of a PBO status. Yet, we are charging them 22,000. For me, I feel this is too exorbitant. It's like we don't want them to have the bestowment status. Literally, I'm suggesting let it be at 5,000 minimal, and should not cost more than the registration of even registering a CBO. Then simplify the process of recognition. Yeah. Then lastly is in terms of recognition of a PBO forum. You clearly stated here that you want us to self-regulate. The original fee right now is 20,000. We are requesting that it be 5,000 so that we allow room for coalition building, which is very vital, especially for the CSOs. And reduced cost encourages structured collaboration. So that is my what I would like to give, and I request that please, if this is possible, kindly review these fees. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. Before Mercy can come take up, there was a last contribution here. Mercy, just a minute.
Thank you very much. My name is Joseph Mapkambora. I stand in for an organization called Safe Motherhood Campaign. First of all, I want to appreciate the contributors who have come before me. They have been very constructive. And what I want to comment on, one, maybe I may be alone or we may be many, but what is the reality on the ground is that organizations usually start small. And initially, in the absence of any funding, they do their own source revenue to run administrative duties, pay rent, and others. And to that extent, they may appear so small that they run the risk of falling under the so-called briefcase NGOs or PBOs. So, and then once they become so small, it becomes very difficult to maybe manage some of the financial obligations, and that might drive some to become non-compliant. So I want our able presenters, not presenters, but organizers, to maybe tell us if there is a leeway for those organizations who have run under the category of non-compliant by way of offering maybe a waiver, if possible, and how that can be so that they move from the non-compliant category to good standing category. Secondly, as I've said, that most organizations who have not gotten funding are self-sustaining. So now that the PBOs are accepting or the organization is accepting members to open businesses. I want you to maybe assist me understand if maybe a few members offer capital for the organization maybe to run a business so that it can be self-sustaining. Are those individuals allowed, if they agree, to recoup, maybe to get back the refunds of their capital, or it is illegal? Once you've pumped in money, that money has gone into the organization and there is no way you can get it, because for you to run a business, there must be capital, and capital must come from somewhere. So are the personal contributors or personal members who pump in capital allowed maybe to get back their capital once the business has come on its feet? And then lastly, I've talked about the waiver issue.
As I welcome Mercy, maybe I can answer you a simple one, that one on economic activity. Mercy, come. I would imagine every business, if it goes on capital raising measure and choose to borrow, because you can structure it in form of a loan, so that this individual loaning the PBO to start business, then it would mean as part of this economic activity, proceeds first in or first out is to sort the loan, which goes to whether a SACCO, individual, or whoever contributed. Now, I don't see any problem with that, because it's within the context of the economic activity. Where our biggest concern is public benefit, in terms of, now that you have these proceeds, away from repaying that loan, where do you intend to take the proceeds of your economic activity? Now, that's where the authority will come in clearly when you do your declaration, to see there's a direct correlation between your economic activity and the money going directly to the public benefit which you registered for. But as to this other aspect of the loan, that I think is within the law, and I don't think anything. So if structured in form of a loan, it will make sense, because there's also the risk of possibly someone cleaning the cash through the PBO. So it has to come out clear that it's a loan, preferably from an organized financial facility and a regulator, a different regulator in form of CBK and the rest. Thank you. Welcome, Mercy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Joshua, for that clarification, and of course for taking us through this second round of questions. So I'll start with the last question, and I think, Joshua, you have offered clarity on one. So there was also the question on the small organizations that are non-compliant, and what can be done to facilitate these organizations so that they become, they gain compliance and continue operating. And this question was specifically in line with the failure to file annual returns and audited accounts, and in turn there is a penalty that the authority levies on the organization. So first and foremost, with regards to non-compliance on failure to file annual returns, the first facilitation that the Act has provided is extending the duration from 3 months to 6 months. This means when you end your financial year, you have up to 6 months to prepare your audited accounts, to prepare your financial reports, and submit them. Before, the duration was 3 months. And for most organizations, they felt that that duration is too short. So the first facilitation that the law has provided is to extend the duration to 6 months, so that you have time to prepare your books of accounts and then submit them in good time. Administratively also, and this is looked at on a case-by-case basis, we have a penalty waiver committee. Now, the role of this committee is to look at your request for a waiver, and it is on a case-by-case basis, because at the same time, we are streamlining the sector. But yes, we agree that we have organizations that struggle from time to time. This committee looks at the requests, the reasons given as to why this was not filed in time and in line with the law, and then a waiver is considered. So it is there, and it is looked at on a case-by-case basis. We do not give blanket waivers, because then that may be open for misuse and it may be taken advantage of. For purposes of compliance and also for purposes of facilitating the organizations, we have a penalty waiver committee that looks at requests on a case-by-case basis. There was also a question about the name search, name reservation, and the time frame. And this question has been asked by two different members in here. One was Emma of Pambazuko la Wanawake. You asked this question, and we also had another participant who asked the same question. So you were requesting that in the regulations we need to provide the time frame for the name search and the name reservation. And indeed, that is a very good comment that you have put across. And we have our rapporteurs who have actually taken note of that very useful information. Ordinarily, the name search takes 1 day. So then what we are going to do is to have it included in the regulations. Thank you very much for that wonderful proposal. And we will take it very well, and we shall have it in the regulations. And then at the same time, there is the question about the provision of digital submission. And with regards to the name search and with regards to the registration process, with regards to requesting for a bank letter, and also the change of officials, we have this provision, and it is provided for through our e-citizen platform. Now, when the directive to move all the services was issued and were required to actually go online and digital, the idea was to ensure that we are able to reach all our clients in the Republic. As of now, the name reservation is done online. The registration process is also done online. We also have onboarded change of officials, and we are still onboarding for up to when we started registering organizations. So we started with the more recent as we go back, same to the bank letter request. We are still onboarding these services, and we are very positive about ensuring that all the services you need are actually provided in the online platform. That way it is very convenient and fast for you from where you are in terms of accessing these services. And then there was also something that was mentioned with regards to the name reservation once more, and this was on the aspect of the refusal to reserve a name if it is offensive and undesirable. And the question was, what does offensive and what does undesirable mean? When you reserve the name, there is actually a form, and all the categories of names that are not approved are actually listed there. The challenge with having all this written down in the regulations is because we are in a fast-paced world. There are matters that maybe 10 years ago were never considered as undesirable, but at this point in time, they have come out to be considered as undesirable. If we lock that in the regulations, it will mean we will then need to keep going back and doing amendments. I would give an example and say, where you have a name that propagates violence, against men, against women, against children, automatically that is an offensive name, and it is also still undesirable. Where you have a name that is being used from a specific culture, and the meaning of this name is not a positive connotation, then it is also considered undesirable. Please feel free to visit our online portal, visit our offices, even our website. We have provided the kind of names that cannot be reserved or that cannot actually be approved for the registration of an NGO. Thank you also for that observation, because it is a very good observation, and we are also keen to ensure that these meanings are accurately provided to you when you are applying for your name reservation. Again, there was something that has been raised about good standing. And the question was whether we can be able to define good standing in the regulations. In this respect, it states that the entity must be in good standing with the respective registering authority. By context, in good standing means it is compliant. Now, and this does not only apply even to our regulations. When you look at the Advocates Act, for example, it also uses the word good standing to mean compliant. However, it is also a very positive point that you have raised, and we shall consider to provide more clarity on what the good standing means. I know our rapporteurs have also taken note of that particular point. And then Yvonne from the Center for Rights, you asked about the CBOs and the fact that the Act provides that they do a fresh registration. I will offer a bit of clarity in terms of which CBOs are the ones that are being targeted. The CBOs being targeted are the ones that carry out public benefit activities, the ones that serve the public, the ones that provide charity to the public, and do not have individual or private gain. That entity then qualifies to be referred to as a PBO. And then secondly, how will the CBOs in the grassroots be made aware of this law and what they are required to do, and of course what the authority does? Previously, as the NGO Coordination Board, we were able to have collaboration forums. These forums, we held them at various county levels. Now, the most progressive aspect of the PBO Act is that, one, we are required to offer capacity building, training, and sensitization. That is our new mandate. It had not been there before as our mandate, but we were only doing that because we are required to facilitate organizations. Now, that being our mandate, we have plans underway to ensure that we are able to go around in each county, do mobilization, and get to the grassroots entities so that they are able to understand what we do and what is required of them. Again, the Act also provides that as the authority, we are required to collaborate at all levels of government. One, we have the national level, and then we have the county levels, and then the local levels. That is also a new area in the Act, in the sense that it is a very enabling and progressive Act, and therefore, as the authority, we are taking that very keenly and very seriously, so that we are able to reach all the grassroots entities. In fact, we will be also having and expanding our capacity building wing for this particular purpose, so that no one is left behind. And thank you very much, Yvonne, from the Center of Rights, because that is a very valid and positive comment that you have said. Now, how will we ensure that there is the promotion of self-reliance and self-sustainability? This is provided for in the Act through the income generating activities. I think we have had this discussion a few times this morning that entities are allowed to carry out social economic activities so that you are able to raise funds and plow it back for sustainability. Are we together? We are together, right? So let me get back to the first question that had been asked. And I know I can say that is one question that has been asked by many of us. So the question was with regards to, one, the court case and the court order, which I offered clarity to say that that court order and judgment has since been set aside, and we have a stay order. The stay order will run up until August, and we are presently in the Court of Appeal. So being in the Court of Appeal automatically then means that the order has been set aside. That is the first point. And then again, the next question that came up was on the issue of why we are implementing this act before we amend it. In 2014, there was a task force that was established to amend the PBO Act. However, various parties moved to court, and therefore the amendment of the PBO Act was stalled by the High Court. In the judgment, the court pronounced itself and indicated that first we implement the act and then we amend later. Based on that High Court ruling, that is why we have gone ahead to comply with Justice Onguto's ruling. And because this is a legal process, for us, we like to comply with orders, and we like to be compliant in terms of what the courts have indicated. And up to that point, you will allow me to sit down, and I would like to invite our Director General to make a few comments based on the issue of the court case and the court order. Karibu sana Bwana DJ. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mercy. I think we are all doing very well in terms of today we've come here just to listen to you and all your concerns. But on that particular matter of the court case, it is just as our legal team has said. So anyone saying that this meeting is illegal actually is misguided, because we have the orders were put on a stay. Okay? A stay order means that ruling has been set aside. But us and the guys who took us to court, we are still in court. Status quo remains. You'll ask yourself, what happened between 2013 up to last year? It was because, and I need to be very clear on this act was a product of the NGO world. Are we together? Some people know that because it was a private members bill which was taken to Parliament. When it was passed, now it has become a law. So it is a law of all Kenyans, isn't it? But now, government wanted to amend the sections, including, actually interestingly, some sections that the court has said it's unconstitutional. So government was right in their move to go and to amend. But when the government created a task force, government, the NGO sector and all that, to try to see the contentious clauses, the NGO organizations went to court and convinced the court that kindly direct government to implement the act before amendment. Are we together? So that was the directions of the court. what Mercy has reversed to us, Justice Onguto's ruling. Government was told, implement this thing as it is, even with the problems, so that you can be able to know where the problems lies, isn't it? Sasa, ile serikali ingine ilipita, because it was them, waliambiwa hivyo, wakakatalia mbali. Wakasema, hiyo act iweke kwa shelf. And that is why it stayed. And I want to say, until last year, 2024, His Excellency the President, William Samoei Ruto, had made a pledge during his campaign that once he assumes office, he will operationalize and implement this act. And I want to repeat for the second time. At the United Nations Civil Societies Forum, which was held in Nairobi, he gave a directive for the act to be gazetted and implemented. And the then Minister of Interior, who is now the Deputy President, gazetted that act. Gazetted and to say, now implement before amending as per the court ruling. Are we together? And so, from that time up to today, you know, before you operationalize an act, you need the regulations. Which are these regulations? As we are starting, some other groups late last year around November had gone to court and argued several things, including the constitution of our board, issues to do with data protection, and issues to do with even the tribunal. And so that court case was in court until 30th April this year. And the court pronounced itself on several issues. Number one, it said our board was unconstitutional. Number two, it says the process of constituting the public benefit tribunal is also unconstitutional. Several things, about actually 4. As an authority, we felt some of those things were out of our purview. For example, the issue of the tribunal, the authority had nothing to do with it completely. The people who selected, interviewed, and appointed the tribunal was the judiciary. And the tribunal didn't have a representative. Are we together? Their only problem was, the argument was, after JSC had appointed, they needed not to take it to Parliament for approval. Now, but JSC, they made the appointments and they took those names to Parliament, and Parliament has approved it as it was. It did not interfere. Even the other day when we were in court, they actually said, and we said, we don't have any role. Do we really have any role in that? We don't. But the most important thing is that that judgment has been set aside until August as we go to Court of Appeal, and we were given rule by the judge himself and said, if the authority has an issue, or the people who took us to court have an issue, the court is open for them. So, I can declare here without fear of contradiction that this meeting is properly and legally constituted. And for your information, I had said, this is the 10th meeting we are having. And no one has stopped us from doing it because we are implementing the court's decisions. Are we together? Yeah, so we are properly constituted and we are doing the right thing to implement the act. In fact, most organizations are eager to have this law implemented, isn't it? Some people who were part of this law have waited for over 11 years. So why would someone have a problem in derailing it any further? Instead, we should be very happy that the president said operationalize this act like yesterday, isn't it? Are we together? So that is the clarification that we need to make. This law is good for all organizations. It is good for the county government. It's good for the national government because it brings order and it is very progressive for the organizations. I think I've clarified, and thank you very much for that. Asante sana.
Thank you for that clarification. I think that one we'll be able to settle that matter. And now this side, any other concern? Please. Petition microphone, there are two. So we'll start with the first one there and then come quickly as we try wind up now. Proceed. There's a lady.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Wina Shilabula, representing the Elijah Lidone Foundation.
Your name again?
Wina Shilabula.
Okay.
The Elijah Lidone Foundation is an entity that deals in promotion of sports, looking for talent and transitioning the talent to higher levels of professionalism. I have one or two. The first one is, now that these shall be passed without any amendments, is there any mechanism that has been put in place to ensure that these amendments, these propositions are going to be adopted, and how shall that be enforced? Two, I've not seen, I'm aware there are many disputes in most of the organizations, the PBOs now, as we say. I have not seen any provision for alternative dispute resolution that would otherwise quickly solve the issues that are, derailing the activities of these NGOs. I think it should be embedded so that that avenue of alternative dispute resolution could be adapted to, lessen the time of disputes and even save some of these organizations that go down just because of rivalries that could be easily handled. Thank you.
Thank you. As I get the next comment, I just wish to clarify something. When we say without amendments, it is on the act that is already in place. But for these regulations, these still are draft regulations. We are here because your comments can be even the amendment itself. So for the regulations, they are not yet alive, still a draft. Until we finish the process and it is adopted, that's when you can talk. But for now, the draft regulations are open for any, that's why, otherwise we would not be here taking comments. So let's not confuse. The one without amendments was the issue about the act, and that is a matter that is still active in court. But on this one, open, and that's why we are here. Proceed.
So good afternoon all. My name is Lavina Chieng, Chairperson Heart to Heart Smile Organization, whereby we advocate for the rights of disability. So Heart to Heart Smile is an organization that caters for persons with disability, and it is an organization registered of persons with disability, not for persons with disability. So my question is this, because we are also looking in terms of inclusivity. Since 2013, I've never seen this act translated into Braille, because we have those who have visually impaired and we have those who have hearing impairment. So I don't know how they are going to be catered for. So another thing is that we also deal with those who are from the grassroots. Are they going to be translated into local languages? Because we have groups for those who are elderly. We have a diverse in the community. So thank you, that is my question.
I think I can be able to address a quick one on the issue of Braille. I think the DG, please, maybe you can mention that in a more clear way before I go to the next.
Yeah, CBM, if you see our partners, can you stand up? CBM are translating into Braille, both the act and the regulations. And we have a special forum for people living with disabilities on 16th in Nairobi. So that particular matter is addressed. We have CBM, and together with the people living with disabilities, persons living with disabilities, we have been able to do that, and we will be able to reach to them. Thank you very much.
I think that one was more administrative, that's why I needed it. dispense with quickly. So those are two. Did I see any other hand? There's a hand here. That's a repeat. Please give the microphone. And then Lyndon, I think on this round of questions, we'll be able to give you.
Thank you so much, Director. But I think for the purposes of equity, which is clearly stated in our Constitution, I think it would be very unfair to have just one meeting, and that meeting is in Nairobi for persons with disability. So I want to contest here, and I want to say that at least let's have about 4 or 5 meetings. At least. But the issue of having it in Nairobi, that's a no. Kindly.
So duly noted. I think your concern will be taken on board. Maybe if I could amend, if you say 4-5, Nairobi is part of the 4-5. Would that be better? Fair enough. So let us just keep it that way. I think that one will be handled administratively. Then we see how best that can be, because you have to balance also with resource availability on the same. Any other question? Quickly, comments? Taki kufungia mtu. Aha. Yes, there's a comment here, and then Lyndon, come answer the questions. Then we are able to now to make a call. Huh? Okay, as he's giving the comment, one of our active participants has made a comment about rates. Now, for those ones, the proposals that have come, specifics on fees, rates, that one we have captured. So the authority cannot respond on the spot and say we've removed this. No, we have taken until we finish the last session on Friday. We're going to tabulate all the feedback on fees. There are places, let me give for example, you find a fee that we charge 4,000, some people are proposing 2,000, others 500, others free. So we have to tabulate, for example, and say, on this particular fee, how many proposals did we receive from the field? Tunaziandika hapo. So you'll find you have 7 proposals. Then that becomes the basis for plenary discussion now with the authority now to say which one makes sense, which is the median that can then be seen to capture the request across the republic. So that one will be covered that way. So for the rates and fees, we just take and we indicate specifically from Kisumu, these were the specific proposals, up to including the ones going free. So give me your comment, and then I invite Lyndon to conclude for us. Proceed.
Yes, I think I've just spoken first once. This is just a comment I'm putting across. First, I want to appreciate the director for the clarity on the matter of what is on the court. And I see the team is heading somewhere. Let us all agree, we are all Kenyans. And there are 3 areas which are coming across that we need to prosecute it at the grassroots right now. We must make a decision on them. The issue of sustainability is something which has never been with other civil societies in the past. Can we all agree on that? That is something which actually is being provided by the draft, and by saying, just like our friend just said, that if you look at the shift in the donor funding groups, the donor is now shifting its position. Now funding NGOs and groups in other foreign countries, they are now shifting that change. And if the government, our government, can come up with a program that can help our civil societies sustain themselves, what is wrong with that? And in fact, they have expounded more and more better. Let us agree that this draft is more better than what we had in the past. And for that reason, let us agree that let us allow this draft to go through as it is. That is one area that we have to agree on. Because what we had was not what we have right now. Because what we have right now has given us a way to do business. Do business and do report. The problem with the Kenyans is when they are called to account for what they are receiving. That now, you are touching the elephant in the room. If you want Kenyans to account for what they are receiving, sasa hapo wewe ni setani. Tukubaliane. Lakini hawa wameleta hiyo swala mzuri ya kwamba hata kama una pesa, tafuta pesa ufanye biashara na usaidie umma. Na katika hiyo pesa yako pia hautalipa ushuru. What is wrong with that? Let us agree with them that is a plus to us. The other area I wanted to comment about is maybe just a reaction, because you have noted it has come to 2 times now, the good standing. I'm the person who raised that concern. And just like the officer have just said, what is provided in the CSO director is saying we call it the criminal CID or DCI. The DCI will have to know the particulars of the people, the chairman, they have to be followed up, and their assets and everything, and even the other business, and their details must be scrutinized before they're allowed to register the civil society. Number 2, leave alone their properties, their conduct and their behaviors. And 3, if they have any other business, what is that business and how much is that business? How much are they contributing to that civil society? So you find in that process is more detailed than what we expect. And you find there in the act is saying good standing. And that's where my sister Emma was saying. In the policies may speak good standing, but in the actual, somebody may end up frustrating other Kenyans who wish to register civil society. And on that ground, somebody may come up and say, I've not seen a reason why you should be registered, and just lock you out. That is why in the policy, we need it to be very clear. If you have to expound to us, good standing means what? Because tomorrow, because we are registering a civil society, somebody will now come to start frustrating us. And that is where you find even the temperature in the room, that the PBO is there to frustrate the civil society. You are not there to frustrate. But those clauses, having them in the mind, that is why we are reasoning that way. So it must be very clear that, and that's why I say, we don't see the role of a DCI once director is there. If there is an issue, there is authority to respond to it. Why do we bring director there? And if the county commissioner, you have the officers, those people can listen and see this is the office or what. And to some extent, there are civil society that start without even the office. And upon progress is when now they start up. If you put high conditions, you will find you will kill their morale. And as you see the temperature of the nation right now, as you see what is happening in Gen Z and whatever, if they are given space, some of them will restructure themselves and air their views in a very organized manner than what we see in the demonstrations. That is where now we are reasoning from. That if more space is given to them, people will organize themselves and put their issues in a very concise way that at least you can also capture than what we see is now going on in the country. So that one director, you need at least to go also think about it when the plenary will be sitting. What I'm saying last is that the Kisumu team, on behalf of Kisumu team, we are happy because what we have received from your end today, we have not received it anywhere. And we will wish, director, also echo our voices. In the public participation, let us have something like documents like this that people can also go about and can question what they have read. It has not been fair for the public participation, and we also expect you also to share with because I know you are sitting in the office of Attorney General to some extent. We need the public participation draft for the people also to go through. Because there are also people who there are things which are not happening right in the name of public participation. We are doing public participation, but it's not regulated. It is not a policy guided. And that's a fact. It's a fact. We don't have a policy guide on public participation. And anybody can do anything they want. Today, consultant is now organizing himself. The other person is doing his thing. The other person is doing his thing. Where are we heading to? Kindly echo our voice on that respect.
Thank you very much for the many comments. Now that I was closing, how many are those? Those are 3. So let's start for those that have not spoken. So let's start from here. Then I'll come to the lady there. So just pass the microphone. I'll go to the lady there. Then I'll come to yours. Actually, just go straight like this. Yourself, the gentleman. Then finally, we'll come finish here. Okay. Proceed.
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Corando Amos. Obondo. I come from MMV Associates, Kisumu. First of all, I want to thank the DG for his remarks and clarification regarding the court case, because he was giving me a pressure as I was sitting here. Now that he has clarified, I'm at ease. The government of the day came up through bottom-up transformative agenda. And now I'm in regulation now, regulations. The bottom line here is that the small organizations like the self-help groups and the CSOs and the CBOs, they are hardly mentioned in this place. They are rarely mentioned. They are mentioned fine, but it's like this war is between the government and NGOs. Now, if we are on bottom-up transformative agenda and the charges that you guys are putting on us for registration and on any other levy, do you think that it's going to work? Because I'm almost driven to think that the whole of what we are doing here has been overtaken by events. Because 2012, 2013, and 2025, so many things have changed. The economy was different by that time when Kibaki left the government. And now, at the same time, we are now 2025. Don't you think that this thing has been overtaken by events? That's my question. And underground, chini ya maji, what are you doing to level the ground? Secondly and lastly, the DCI. DCI are not very good people to trust with your data. That's for fact. If at all these people are supposed to get our information, we have the NIS. Because if you want a good contact today, you will wait for 3 months. You have paid 1,050, and you have paid for 3 months. I want to register a CBO, for instance, or an NGO. Will I wait for 4 months, 6 months? I've paid already the government, the money is in circulation in the e-citizen. Will I wait for 6 months to get a good conduct certificate so that I can continue with my process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's the gentleman there. Then finally we go to the lady. I'll come back here and finish here. Thank you very much for those. I think when Lyndon will address that, DG will come to address that last one that is recurring on DCI and what have you, plus the comments the gentleman made. Proceed quickly.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Franco Pande. Franco Pande represents Chemelil Social Justice Center. Come from Moroni Sub-County. We deal with matters social justice, social accountability, and such kind of things. Now,
which county?
Moroni.
That is Moroni Sub-County in Kisumu County.
Kisumu County.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Now, I wasn't able to access the regulation in hard copy. However, I was told maybe to scan the other side. But I want to believe in the regulation, it captures the aspects of compliance and probably organizations not adhering to the required standards. So this is an area that would require much of, probably we need a lot of clarity because we'll be caught up in this, even as we shall have been uploaded to the PBO level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, sign language, please speak the microphone. And there will be a second one here also. So proceed.
I'm Joyce. This is my sign name. I'm a deaf person. I'm asking about this PBO Act. Yes, from 2013 to date, I'm not understanding why the deaf people have not been able to know about it. And again, this PBO Act how do you get to engage us to know more about it? I think this about the forum you were saying will be in Nairobi. So she's requesting if it can be done on the grassroots so that they follow from here. I thank you. I'm a youth. I'm also deaf, and I find challenges in getting this information. I know this matter of PBOs is going to be beneficial to us, and I really need to get more information about the proceedings. I thank you all. And yeah.
Thank you. Let's appreciate. And then we also have a second one here also. I think give him the microphone. Okay. No, it's him. Translate for him. Good.
Thank you a lot. I also want to take this opportunity to introduce myself. I'm David Ogoro from Kenya National Association of the Deaf. I thank you all for coming to this public participation on the PBO Act for Kisumu and this region. So I have a small challenge. I've read the document, but I see a lot of gaps. I hope we are all here to stamp it. But we need to walk the talk. We talk here, but also act. For example, in the document, in this document, is very good, but how do deaf people and blind people access it is a big challenge. It's best if friends to the deaf people and maybe sign language interpreters are availed. When we hurry it, like we are doing, remember, many persons with disabilities are left out, which truly is a clear violation of the Constitution. Again, I see in this act there are many areas that should be expanded. And it also limits some NGOs who supported PWDs. So as person with disability, we know the elders and the youth, it would be good if it's made more friendly, amend some of the sections. And lastly, on the registration fee, if you talk about 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, when you are making this, I'm sure PWDs were not involved. Because truly, there should be a waiver for persons with disabilities or some NGOs or donors who come to support persons with disabilities. Then, if truly, if the fee is high, we are going to have a big challenge. So I request humbly the PBO board kindly check deep into this. Make some amendments so that the act do not limit us. I thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And I think the DG had mentioned briefly, but that issue has come out very clearly. Lyndon, as you answer, let us be able to address that. There's a phone that you said has been, I think someone dropped the phone. It's an ITEL. Anyone who had dropped the phone, as soon as we finish the session, please, you'll come have it. Someone, I think, picked it. Ilikuwa imeanguka. Lyndon, welcome. Oh, there was one more comment here. Please, where's the microphone? Yes, just the last one, but you can just be upstanding, Lyndon.
Sorry for coming back. There is an issue which I forgot. These organizations we form, sometimes they are conceived on a dining table between a parent and a child or a couple. But I'm seeing restrictions that people who are closely related should not be at the board. And in a scenario where a wife and a husband or a parent and a child are the originators of ideas, won't it be discriminatory to age out one or elbow out one and leave only one person and invite people who had no idea of what you wanted to address? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lyndon, welcome.
The first question is mechanisms to ensure amendments are going to be done. I think amendments has been spoken about by several people, so I will address it wholesomely. One, the journey to come up with PBO Act began with sessional paper number 1 of 2006. The MPs conceived the sessional paper, then it was referred to the then minister responsible for matters public benefit. Back in the day it was NGOs. So the journey began in 2006. I joined the journey in 2009, and when I joined the journey, I remember a lot of public participation was done because we went around this country. At the end of the day, there was push and pull between government and civil societies on how the act should look like. Eventually, the civil societies took the day, because those of you who will remember, there was a private members bill, Honorable Sophia Abdi, who through civil society tabled the PBO Act in Parliament in December 2012. So in Parliament, if you look at the Hansard for December 2012, you will see what transpired in Parliament. All in all, when the Act came out from the printer, it had conflicts. There were sections that conflicted with each other, there were clauses that conflicted with each other, and so on and so forth. So as the board back in the day, we thought it best to do amendments before implementation. Those of you who will remember Honorable Anne Waiguru, when she was Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Devolution, gazetted a task force that went around this country, and in Kisumu, I remember we were in Tom Mboya Labour College. We got views. Those views were given to the Attorney General. They were reduced into legalese, and the amendment bill was taken to Parliament. It stalled at the second stage, second reading in Parliament. Those of you will remember, I think Honorable Moses Kuria also attempted to make some amendments, and civil societies refused that it should not be amended before implementation. Those who will remember, Honorable Osele also attempted to make some amendments. Somehow they died in Parliament. Again, those of you who are actively participating in the civic space, you will remember that there were 2 court cases, one before GVO Odunga judge and the other one before Onguto judge. and the two judges concurred that the act should be amended, should be implemented before amendments. The government said, no, no, no. The way this act is conflicting, we cannot implement. Civil society organizations went back to court and sued the minister for contempt of court order. So we had two judgments saying implement, don't amend. Then we had two contempt of court orders again saying implement, stop waiting. So when His Excellency the President gave directions for the same to be implemented, again we could not just implement back in Nairobi. We had to come back to you for public participation and get your views on how best we can implement. So for those who were not aware, that is the journey in brief that the PBO Act has walked. There was a suggestion for ADR. Normally, in legal setups, even if you were to go to court, you can appeal a matter before the same judge that has given you a ruling that you don't like or a judgment that you don't like. The first appeal mechanism is that judge. The same applies to the authority. If the authority has given you a verdict that you don't like, you can appeal to the authority as the first port of call. The authority has mechanisms. It has structures. It has a board of directors. It has management. And then there is the PS and minister going up to the president. So if management has given you a verdict that you don't like, you can appeal to that management through the CEO. If you still don't like that, you can still appeal to the board of directors through the chairman. If that is not still to your satisfaction, you can still go to the tribunal that has been established by this PBO Act. If that is not satisfactory, you can still go to the High Court and proceed to the apex court until you are satisfied. So in terms of disputes, you are well covered, and I believe the cases that are in court should be now brought to the tribunal for quick dispensation, because as a lawyer I know that if you go to court, you will be told the nearest available date is 2027. True or false? So do you want to wait for 2027 in court, or do you want to come to the tribunal and get justice dispensed immediately? Again, because of freedom of choice, it's a matter of choice. The other question was on the period it took to implement and whether the act has been overtaken by events. The act has not been overtaken by any events at all. The law does not go stale. The law is alive and well when implemented. What I know is that justice does not work retrogressively. However, the law, even though it was done in 2012 and assented to in 2013, January 14, it is as valid as it was back in 2013 today. It has not been overtaken by events. It is good to go, and it will serve us for the next foreseeable many years. Thank you. The other concern is on DCI again, that's the DCI certificate. Let us be honest with each other. In this country, there's something called security vetting. It happens to all of us. It happens to foreigners, it happens to anyone who lives in this country. Security vetting is constant, is alive, will be there tomorrow, next year. Even after we die, it will still be there, it will be happening. Without security, we cannot have this country. We cannot play with security. You may be good, but do you know about your neighbor? You don't. It is the job of the government to know whether your neighbor is good to you. So vetting is here to stay. It is not something to argue about. Even if you are registering a CBO, there will be vetting. If you are registering a company, there will be vetting. Vetting is here to stay. So when it comes to issues of vetting, let us let the security apparatus do their job, because at the end of the day, we are all handling public funds. The money that has been given to you by a donor to help a vulnerable group is public money. It is not your money. All of us do not have the same financial acumen to handle money the same way. People handle money differently. There are people sometimes who get excited. I had a friend who kept saying that when he has money in the account, he avoids malls and places like that, because whenever he sees an ATM, it's calling him, come, come. So he avoids any place that he can see an ATM, because when he sees the ATM and it calls him, come, it will say, no, 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 just 1,000. Just remove 1,000. Nothing much. You have 3 million. Just remove 1,000. You'll still have 2,999,000. 1,000. Just 1,000. Then he takes 2 Tuskers. Then he says, iko nini bana? Peso tas. Earlier we had said peso luora ngono. Exactly. So peso tas, peso luora koko. If you remove 100 shillings from 1,000, it's gone. True or false? So because we are handling public money, we have to be prudent about how we go about it. There have been cases that we have handled about people who have mismanaged, misallocated, put somewhere else safe, and we don't want those cases. So the vetting has to be done. The other question was why persons living with a disability have not been able to know about the Act since 2013. Well, humanity is dynamic, because when we started this journey, there were persons with disability that were in the journey with us, and maybe they are not there now, but they have always been there. So again, about knowledge, you have to seek. Sometimes knowledge will not just come to you. Sometimes you have to seek knowledge. For example, we are here today. If you didn't leave your house and get here, would you know? You wouldn't. Sindio? We have a website that is very robust, that has information. At a click of a button, you have a dashboard that will show you everything that we do. We'll give you all these laws in a click, and you get to learn about what is happening. Let us be proactive, because we are in this sector. Let us be interested to learn what is happening in this sector. How many of you have visited our Kisumu office? By show of hand. a handful. But the office is here. Most of you prefer to come to Nairobi. I have served people in Nairobi that say, hapa Nairobi ndio naweza enda pale niende pale nifanye nikuje nifanye alafu nimalizie hapa. So they leave the Kisumu office here, come and get service in Nairobi. How will we grow our Kisumu office if we don't get services from here and other regions? On access of documents, the director spoke about it. He will speak about it again. Access of documents to persons living with a disability. On waivers of fees for persons living with a disability, I'm aware there is a law that regulates persons living with a disability. There is a government agency that also issues certification for people, persons living with a disability, and the much I know is that they are exempted from paying taxes, from taxation. So I don't know the mechanics behind how KRA works it out, but I know there's a law and they're exempted from paying taxes. You want to clarify? Microphone.
So I'm Lavina Cheng. So if you're registered working with persons with disability, you go through National Council, whereby you register with them and they give you a code. So if you have that code, you can apply for tax exemption. And currently the constitution, that is 2010, we are calling them persons with disability. Living with was removed from the constitution. Thank you.
So thank you, Lavin, for that important clarification, because again, without that code that she's talking about, you do not get tax exemption. So it is very important that you visit the relevant government agency, get the code, then become tax exempt. There was a question here, I think the last question, on relations. The Act provides that not more than 3 persons that are related should of a PBO. If you have a PBO that is run by relatives, what is likely to go wrong? If, for example, you have 10 million in the account, the PBO account, the father is the chairman, the mother is the secretary, the son is the treasurer, the daughter is another position, somebody else, maybe an auntie is a board member, the 5 of them live together. Where will they be discharging the business of the organization other than the living room that was talked about here? Now, assuming the father has a pressing need for money and tells the son or the daughter who is the treasurer that way, we want to do 1, 2, 3. How is the daughter going to deny the father? But that is public money. And that is why we must avoid having relatives running this kind of outfits. Because at the end of the day, the money is sitting there in the account. You have a need that is truly pressing. Someone is in hospital. You've been told without 100,000, no admission, this person wants to die. But you don't have your own money. But that money is sitting there. Your son holds the key. Your wife holds the other key, because you need 3 signatories. Yourself, your wife, and your son, and you remove the money, you go conduct business. At the end of the day, the auditor will come and ask, hii pesa ilienda wapi? Then you start cooking receipts. Then you start stories za bunwasi. So there's a reason why some of those laws are put in place. I want to invite the Director General to come and make remarks. I want him somewhere in the middle here. Can you give him the roving microphone?
Thank you very much, Lyndon, for that. I think Lyndon has clarified most of the things that we were asking about. But just to clarify and just give a direct answer to what my brother asked about waiver to the registration fees for PWDs, I think following, because that law has been established, we will give them a direct waiver to all of that. That when even there's no question about it, so long as they are registered with PWD's organization. That one will be able to implement. And also is heavily clarified about having members of a family as board of directors. That one ceases to be public, it becomes a family, isn't it? It becomes a family, isn't it? Yeah, it ceases to be public. There was a reason why the people who are crafting this name, public benefit organizations, there was a reason why they said, let us change from non-governmental. Are we together? Yeah. Because when you say non-government, there is a possibility someone will even run away and says, there's nowhere you are going to take us because we are not affiliated to government. Now, and they said, there is a reason also why they said we elevate the NGO Coordination Board to be a regulatory authority so that the sector can be regulated by government. Are we together? And also, Mercy clarified and said, with the two levels of government, the national government and county governments. In Washington, last week, the deputy governor, when we made a courtesy call, told us there is an organization which went to them and told them, we just want to have an MOU with you. We say, between us and the county government, and we are going to bring money to work with you. And they hurriedly signed the MOU. The organization went to court money and they furnished using that legal valid document. Are we together? The reason why we want a collaboration with the county government is that with the principle of scarce resources, if organizations get donor funds and they say, we want to do, for example, wash project or any kind of a project within a particular area, they can be able to liaise with the county government so that if county government have money for the same project, we avoid duplication by allocating that money to another area, then we leave one section to that organization. Are we together? Then the county will be able to be progressive, even with the national government. So that is the reason. Some of the things that Lyndon has said, as an authority, we do not have the expertise to carry out vetting. It is with another government agency, and we do what is called intergovernmental cooperation. And not only us alone, but all other authorities. And I think the speaker talked about, the speaker talked about NIS, DCI and all that. Why? Because DCI are the ones with the expertise to know if your hands have committed a crime. No any agency will do that. So it is their role and it's their mandate. Also with he said NIS and all that, we do not have that power, and that's why we collaborate with them. And we rely on them. So I would also want to allay fears of issues of data leakages. We are all aware of the data protection laws, data protection policy, which we jealously guard. Once we have the information of all organizations within our organization, we also adhere to that, and we have sensitized our officers, more so those who deal with registration and post-registration services. So you can rest assured that the authority takes seriously with the policy of data protection. Someone has talked about, and Lyndon has talked about, mechanisms on how, if you are not satisfied with the decision the authority has done, we've got different layers. You can be able to come with us, to us, and we can be able to see how we will help you. If your organization has been in default for arrears and you've not filed your returns for a certain number of years, maybe because you did not get a donor, and now you get a donor, and you want to reactivate your organization and you say, I have this huge bill pending, you come, we have a waiver committee who will be able to sit down, just like the way KRA does. They tell you, this is your money, we give you a waiver of this much, and then we give you a payment plan of this much, and this is much you need to pay now. Isn't it? Because we are all human and we will be able to assist you in that way. This act, as I said, provides also dispute resolution mechanisms. Someone has talked about that. And I have told you, we currently have a public benefit dispute tribunal that has been established by the judiciary. So if you've got a problem with us, the best place where you will take us, the first place, because it was not there before. That is why even most organizations took us to court, is because there was no tribunal. Even between members of the same organization. Right now, there are issues we are dealing with. One director does resolutions without the others. So you get two documents that the board resolved and, for example, added other directors, and they removed so and so. You know that's a conflict within an organization. You bring to us, we will be able to see if it's something we can handle, we handle it. If not, again, we refer to the dispute tribunal within organization, and also disputes between organizations and the authority. We want to thank you very much. I know someone talked about that there is about the public participation bill and policy that is within the AG. It is still something that there is no regulations that governs some public participation as it is now. We were very deliberate at the authority that we spend my time explaining to the members of the public, number one, where they are going to get our regulations. Number two, we give you sufficient time to read the document. And then number three, even for us coming here today and engaging with you, with all our officers, we were deliberate on that. And even we are saying you still have time for you to give us your memoranda. You can go and read, we can give you the hard copy, and you can still scan, you get the soft copy. Are we together? Even as we wait for the other regulations that governs. So mumeona leo tumekuja hapa na tumekaa kweli kweli. I know you sometimes go to public participations and you are given 1 hour, and then they go to another place, and then they go to another place. We were very deliberate because these matters are touching on public benefits, which is very key for the development of our country. Just for your information, the BBO sector contributes a lot in terms of development and complementing government efforts at the national and at the county levels. The 2022-2023 annual report, this sector report, actually the NGO sector contributed 196 billion to the economy of this country. We have not added about creation of job employment and the rest. So the only thing, and that is an conservative figure, because we know that, as Lyndon said, some of us, not all of us are good people. There are some organizations that underreport the funding. In fact, nearly all of you, nearly all of you underreport. I'll give you an example. Currently, we received a donor who told us kindly freeze the accounts of organization because we've been giving them a lot of money and we don't see what they do. When we went to check their report, the annual returns, the organization have been reporting that they've been receiving 250,000 per year, which is not true, isn't it? And the donor said, kindly freeze that account. Meaning all of us are not very transparent. Although the people who are in the forefront of agitating for accountability and transparency are the civil society group and the BBOs, isn't it? They want the government to be accountable. What we are saying is, as the authority going forward, also you are going to be accountable and transparent for the public money you are receiving. This story of taking pictures of a county government function and you are collaborating with them and you've given them 100,000 for the event and then you have, I know you are laughing because you know I'm saying the truth. This law will catch up with you. And we are very happy because this law was created by the PBOs themselves. And for the obtained time, I'm saying, this law was not made by government. It was made by the civil society and the PBOs. But it is good for the transparency of and accountability of our people, isn't it? In fact, I can tell you, in all the forums that we've been, all from Turkana to Lamu to Karisa, one of the major complaints has been about two things. That PBOs, the money that PBOs receive is not reflective on the ground. That is number one. And number two, about duplication. When you go to some places, PBOs will duplicate about a certain project. Come on here, wash, you will get 4 of them are doing wash in one area. And I can tell you, if you seriously try to see what they do is because, and we are told in a certain place, I'll not tell you where. Guess what? There is a collaboration between, there is an unholy alliance between organizations. Because they can go and say, when the main donors come, and there is always a possibility, not all the donors come to inspect the project. They point to the same project severally. Ati unaona ile tangi ya maji imeandikwa USAID funded. And because USAID fund several organizations in one place, so this organization today will go and say, that one is our project. So raia wanaangalia, donors wamekuja na ile makari kubwa kubwa. So they could show and say, you see that USAID tank? It is us who we use the money that you gave us to buy. Hii organization inaenda. Ingine inarudi kesho. And different donors. They tell them, the money you gave us, that is the project. That one goes. The third one comes. You see that project? It is us. So the members of the public always will be, they are mesmerized. They always come. They see the same project being inspected by different people. The members of the public are not aware of the story. The only people who are aware are you people. Now, including some county government officials. You've roped in some county government officials. So the money is also allocated. So even when the same people go to the county, they use that memorandum I was telling you about. Then they go and say, you see this project, it is us and this organization, we work together. Roping members of the public. This law, because it talks about identifiable beneficiaries and targets. And us as an authority will be coming to see you. You are working, because when you are registering with us, you are telling us, you are going to do this activity in this particular place and these are the beneficiaries. That is why we will bestow public benefit status to organizations with a particular defined area and identifiable beneficiaries. And that's why I said this law is progressive and it is good for all Kenyans. And no one is being targeted. Asanteni sana. We want to thank you so much for coming and engaging us on this particular public participation. We take seriously and keenly the comments and the inputs that you've given us. And as I said, you still have the opportunity to do that. We are still, when this session closes, my officers will be still here. They will. We are not even leaving. We are not in a hurry. They will be here. Give them your contacts. They will give you our contacts. They will give you our soft copy. If you have a smartphone, for the Gen Zs and the people who want to see, we'll give you in soft copy. If you are an adult and you say you want the hard copy, they will try to see how to get to you. And lastly, our regional officer, where is Mogaya? I called him several times. I wanted to showcase him for the people so that they can easily recognize him. Our officer in Kisumu. If he's outside there, kindly ask him to come for our participants to get to know him in person. So that, and then he will give you the contacts. You can still deliver your memoranda to our office before the 25th. Lastly, I think there was I wanted to make some clarification. The last one is that, Mogaya kuja hapa mbele, that there's a difference between the act and the regulations. The act was passed and it has not been amended. When it comes to amendment of that act, we will be able to also let you know. But for now, it is the regulations that are in draft form. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. And then salama, Mokaya, ambiana jina yako, na mali ofisi yako iko. Then this is the gentleman who will be receiving your memoranda between now and 25th. Ambiana mali ofisi iko, alafu wakuja wakuone.
Hello everyone. My name is Duncan Mokaya. Our offices are at Huduma Center, 7th floor. You're welcome. I'm new here. I really appreciate the reception and looking forward to good cooperation and implementation of the act. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, mpigie makofi makofi. So thank you very much, good people. God bless you, and na tutaonana tena. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That partnership that has been talked about, we have some partners that partnered with us. They are giving us some refreshments. After this session, we can have some refreshments. The technical team that is dealing with that, be on standby. Then I wish to request a volunteer to pray for us as we close down this session. Volunteer?
Haya, tusimame, tumekaa sana. Bwana Director, your last part that you have closed is the part that touches Kenya and the way these people are. May the Lord help them to change and not to resist. Be flexible wherever you are with the community. Jina la Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Our Lord God, we have come once again this afternoon to thank you for what you have done to us. When we started, we requested you to take care of us. Thank you. You have taken care of us all the way through. God, we still kindly request you to be with us and take care of us on whatever we have discussed here. We discussed issues pertaining to the well-being of the Kenyan and the Kenya people and the Kenya leaders. God, be with us as they go back to listen and also see how better Kenya should be for the future. God, we can request you to be with us as we leave this place. And to our people who will be living for various places, especially our team Going to Nairobi, still have a lot of activities to do. God be with them just the way you have been with them. And to our leaders also in Kisumu County, take care of them. The people, leaders of the country, our president, God be with him and give him the wisdom to go and lead Kenya properly. God take care of him as we pray, God, you know the state in which our people are looking forward to see him. God be protect him and protect all areas that he is undertaking. That if that happened, that you are very, very great. And to these people, this is one of the activities that support for the betterment of the county our president is leading. God be with these our people as they live. We pray when we know, God, we are living in the present world of temptations, world of problems. Take care of us, God. Like that we know even within our family level, God, let us be also transparent and accountable to all those activities. If happen, your name very great. As we leave this place, I pray in Jesus' name.
The owner of this phone, find any of us will give it to you.